So we have seen how state, and religion merge together with all these false prophets, the likes of Mbaka, like Adiboye, then like as I've told you, Mbaka who is seeing prophecy for Namdekal just to give him a soft landing, So if Namdekal is a righteous person, then you know that God that is talking to you is the righteous God. Is the right God, but if Namdekal is false, then it means you're a false prophet. The last of Udimejie and all that. This is how, Mbaka prophesies about hope that coming to forward. So states, state cooked up plot that they want to execute, then they channel it through the religious bodies. So let's enter coronavirus and let me read this article. Why is Anthony Fauci hedging on the origins of the coronavirus? This is CNN Politics. The point of May 24, 2021. Let me just read a little bit of it. CNN, you say. Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, admitted earlier this month that he is no longer convinced that the COVID-19 pandemic originated naturally. I want the whole world to listen. That he is no longer convinced that the COVID-19 pandemic originated naturally. We are going to weigh what he said this year with what he said last year. Just watch out. Quoting him, I am not convinced about that. I think we should continue to investigate what went on in China until we continue to find out to the best of our ability what happened. Fauci told PolitiFast Managing Director Kathy Sanders. Quoting him, certainly the people who investigated it says it's likely was the emergence from an animal reservoir that then infected individuals. But it could have been something else, and we need to find that out. So, that is the reason why I said I am perfectly in favor of any investigation that look into the origin of the virus. End of his quote. He continued. Now, which is quite clearly a change from Fauci's previous view that the disease very likely came about after animal to human transmission. Here is Fauci in an interview with National Geographic last May, which was last year. He said, quoting him, if you look at the evolution of the virus in bats and what is out there now, the scientific evidence is very, very strongly leaning towards this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated. Everything about the stepwise evolution over time strongly indicates that this virus evolved in nature and then jumped species. I would like to have an open debate with this crazy bastard man, on this origin of coronavirus. Fauci's dismissal of the idea that the virus originated in a lab in China, Wuhan province, followed vague assertion by then President Donald Trump that he had a high degree of confidence that the virus had come from a lab. Pressed for debate on that assertion, which ran counter to U.S. intelligence on the virus origin, Trump offered only this. Quoting Trump, I can't tell you that. I am not allowed to tell you that. End of quote. Given that history, conservatives leaped on Fauci's recent hedging as proof positive that Trump was in fact right all along. Worth noting, Fauci made his comments at a fact-checking symposium on May 11, but they were largely ignored at that time. Conservative publications began writing about the remarks over the weekend. That's the end of the, I will have to stop here, and this brings us back to an article I wrote in 2003. So here I'm telling you about the origin of the so-called coronavirus. Coronavirus is just a modification of SARS. That's exactly what it is, Let me just put a little bit of the article. I wrote, why was SARS invented? That was in 2003, in May 2003. Why was SARS invented? If you do a comparative study of casualties recorded by HIV/AIDS, you will discover that AIDS was not able to penetrate the other targets of China and India because they were well aware of the antis and origin of AIDS and took excessive precautionary measures and in-depth scrutiny to nip the AIDS bug in the bud to the consternation of the Western world. The invention of SARS at the Darwin Research Center is to achieve on a greater scale and speed what AIDS failed to achieve for them in China and India. The world, especially China, has better listened to me and saved its citizens from untimely death. Japan is outside SARS zone because of its landmass, spacious living, using space to break the impact of the ravaging scourge until you will soon find a cure. Let me just stop here a little bit of this, which was what AIDS was invented in order to do what? To diminish the population of the black people. That was exactly what happened, Mexicans and all that. So when they couldn't achieve their intention through AIDS, they invented SARS, just to do what? Just to depopulate China. Mexicans, Hispanic, generally Mexicans and all these, Asians and all that are dominating America, and then the blacks. That was exactly what happened. That was why SARS was invented. So due to the article I wrote that for one China, they couldn't actually be able to succeed in what they are doing. So they left it there. That was what China reinvented and repackaged and did what? And released in one hand. That was it. So originally the actual people that invented SARS, that invented this coronavirus was what? Was American. They were the people who invented it. China just repackaged that SARS they did in 2003. That was coronavirus. That was how they released it in one hand. To do what? To stop President Trump from winning this election. And then do what? Use it to stop the issue of Biafrans, to mass killing Biafrans. Exactly, that is exactly what happened. You understand me? So we are still following this progression, Still on a random reflection of my past write-ups, especially in 2003, to draw you to the point of what I want you to see in the present coronavirus, Quoting my article in 2003. I said some time ago, I authored an article that was serialized by some newspapers and magazines in the country. The Week magazine of March 31, 2003, and the subsequent edition of the magazine carried in two parts the complete statement of the write-up titled National ID Card, The Danger Waiting. In that piece, I argued thus, they knew that the clergyman T.R. Matos was right, and has imbibed the Malthusian doctrine, which states that the population should be restricted so as to prevent an increase beyond its means of sustenance. This has led them to the conclusion that the environment, population, and sustainable development call for urgent radical action. Transition to sustainability of the world lies in disemphasizing global population to allow time to correct so many things, as they have discovered that income growth is not the solution, and this decade is the decade for action. Action means 1/4 of the world population has to be simply destroyed. They are much more firmly determined to get a high proportion of this 1/4 from especially sub-Saharan Africa, Hispanics, that is Mexicans and others. This is the reason for the creation of the HIV virus and the unwillingness to encourage indigenous AIDS vaccine to be discovered and patented or amplify credible indigenous improvisation that may lead to an eventual curtailment come eradication of the AIDS scourge. I discovered from my researches that biotechnologists invented the virus through researches on protein-based molecular therapeutics. I want you to do a comparative study of the following locations and casualties recorded by HIV/AIDS in the year 2001. Western Europe recorded an estimated 6,800 deaths from HIV/AIDS in the year 2001. Eastern Europe and Central Africa and Central Asia recorded 23,000 deaths. North America 20,000. Australia and New Zealand 120. Caribbean 30,000. Latin America 80,000. East Asia and Pacific 35,000. Southeast Asia 400,000. North Africa and Middle East 30,000. Now note, Sub-Saharan Africa 2,300,000. Are you now beginning to see what I mean? The devil's modus operandi has gone so supersonic that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary carnal earthmen. I sound a note of warning to the world that the greatest weapon of the devil and his agents is deception, which they have continuously employed to deceive the world in their evil scheme. That was that was in 2003 when that article was written, you know. T.R. Matos, that is Robert Thomas Matos, English cleric, scholar, and influential economist, political economy and demography. That's the man they are pursuing what? They are pursuing his doctrine. You say it? That's the man they are pursuing his doctrine. So they want to do what? They want to demograph, they want to disemphasize the global population. As of 2019, the global population was nearly 8 billion, but not even up to 8 billion, but it's more than 8 billion now. So they want to kill not even 1/4, they want to kill more than one quarter. They want to kill at least 3.something billion people. And they want to get that mostly from blacks, you know, black people. And all these, you know, Mexicans and generally Hispanics and all that. China now is a superpower, so they cannot get it from China. India is a superpower, so they cannot get it from all those people. So their target is mostly Africans, you know, black people and all these Mexicans. Look at it. You say black people should get COVID-19 vaccine first. Go and look at it. And after them, health workers. That is Melinda Gates. Go and look at it. All their, go and look at United States Census. You know, go and look at it. You know, United States Census of August 2001. Go and look at the report below. The majority of African Americans live in 10 states. New York City and Chicago are cities with largest black population. About 6 in 10 people reporting as black or African American alone or in combination with other races reside in 10 states where nearly half the U.S. population lived last year, according to new Census 2000 analysis released today at the Conference Department Census Bureau. The black population 2000 year, one in a series of the black population 2000 year, one in a series of census 2000 brief shows that 36.4 million people, or 12.9% of the total population, reported as black or African American. This number includes 34.7 million, or 12.3%, who reported as black alone, in addition to 1.8 million, or 0.6%, who reported as blacks in combination with or more other races. The 10 states where 60% of African Americans reside were New York, California, Texas, Florida, Georgia, Illinois, North Carolina, Maryland, Michigan, and Louisiana. 5 of these had more than 2 million blacks each: New York, California, Texas, Florida, and Georgia. You know? So go and check the casualties you see in AIDS today in America. Go and look at the demography. You see that these areas are the most affected areas. That is what you see. Go and look at the HIV casualties. You see what Africa recorded? That is exactly what happens. You see, when Bill Gates was telling you that to save Europe, they have to do what? They have to depopulate Africa. So let us get more serious into this coronavirus, because there's something I'm showing you. One thing many people don't yet realize is that the good old world we used to know is gone and gone forever. It cannot be recovered again. You know, very soon, the living will envy the dead. The world will rapidly change. You know, surprisingly, with the speed of thunder. Somebody may not likely recognize this word again. That is the same way it is. Now look at it. You know, the Biafran issue, as I'm telling you, the onslaught, the genocide, the massive genocide that they have planned in Biafra land. Go and look at it. It is current and yet it's anachronistic. That is the same way that they have anchored this COVID-19 scenario we are saying. The same is current, but it's anachronistic that they are planning. That's exactly what we are going into. So we are going into, you know, serious discussions on this COVID-19 issue, because it's a very important thing to the world. It's a fully vaccinated people experience breakthrough COVID-19, you know, infections and all that. What to know about it? You say the highly contagious Delta variant is doing what? Is continuing to spread, across every part of the world. Delta variant. Now, let's look at some of the issues, we talk about Delta variant. What to know, the official views on what to know about Delta variant. These are some of the official views that they have. It says Delta is 200% more transmissible than the original COVID-19. All viruses mutate and create variants. How do variants happen? If COVID-19 spread enough, it mutates. Some of those mutations are more dangerous than others. The best way to stop variants is to stop the spread. The best way to stop spread is what? Vaccination. Okay? That is their views. You say, can vaccinated people spread Delta? Say, even if a vaccinated person might not show symptoms or get sick, they can still spread Delta. So, wear your what? Wear your mask. So there's no point in the vax? No. You say getting vax drastically reduces your chances of severe illness, hospitalization, and death. So one of the questions that Fauci will have to answer is, what does actually mask do in the prevention of coronavirus? That is one of the things we are going to answer. We have seen some of the, views on the Delta variant and all that. Some of the things that they speculated. That is this. You say what? Even if a vaccinated person might not show symptoms or get sick, they can still spread what? They can still spread Delta. So there are breakthroughs even in vaccinated people. Okay. Now, common question. What is a COVID-19 vaccine? What is a COVID-19 vaccine breakthrough infection? That's the question I asked. And from the research I got, you say what? This is the definition they get with. For the purpose of this surveillance, a vaccine breakthrough infection is defined as the detection of what? SARS-CoV-2. That is the actual name of COVID-19. All these things they are calling COVID-19. The actual name is what? SARS-CoV-2, as I told you in 2003 that I decoded it. Instead, for the purpose of this surveillance, a vaccine breakthrough infection is defined as the detection of SARS-CoV-2 RNA or antigen in a respiratory specimen collected from a person 14 days after they have completed all recommended doses of a U.S. Food and Drug Administration FDA authorized COVID-19 vaccine. I will tell you how the COVID-19 spread. They are doing what? They are cooperating with the Food and Drug Administration. This is this FDA. That is exactly what is happening that people don't know. So these demons from here that invented this COVID-19, they have already incorporated the Food and Drug Administration, FDA, into their plot. That is exactly what is happening. The so-called coronavirus is transmitted through the food you eat. I'm going to show you. We are going to come to that. So what does breakthrough case mean? You say most epidemiologists agree that a breakthrough case occurs when a person who has been fully vaccinated becomes infected with the coronavirus. That infection could manifest as anything from asymptomatic to mild symptoms to severe symptoms that result in hospitalization or even death. So what is responsible for the breakthroughs? We are going to see. Unfortunately, this can't do it finishing on this edition of coronavirus. It's very important. I keep it as a memorial on how Nigeria was finally destroyed. So you see when they were talking about Delta variants, they are talking about mutation and all that. So now let's go to it, what is mutation? Definition. Mutation is what? The changing of the structure of a gene resulting in a variant form that may be transmitted to subsequent generations caused by the alteration of single base units in DNA, or the deletion, insertion, or the arrangement of large sections of gene or chromosome. You see, you understand what they are saying? Insertion or the arrangement of large sections of genes or chromosome. Mutation is ultimately the only way in which new variants enters the world, enters the species. What is a mutation and its function? This is from CDC Health Information National Research Institute. They said, look at what they recorded. They said a mutation is a change in a DNA sequence. Mutation can result from DNA copying mistakes made during cell division, exposure to ionizing radiation, exposure to chemicals called mutagens, or infections by viruses. Mutations can result from DNA copying mistakes made during cell division, exposure to ionizing radiation, exposure to chemicals called mutagens, or infection by viruses. Note, I want us to pause here, and remember the words of the late Gaddafi. He said they will create the viruses themselves and sell you the antidotes. Thereafter, they will pretend to take time to find the solution when they already have it. This is by the late Muammar Gaddafi. And that is exactly what they will do when they get their targeted number of death they want in the coronavirus, or people they will make to be infertile. When they get that number, then they will come with the actual, Let's continue with the report. It says germ-like mutations occur in the eggs and sperm. I want you to notice, germ-like mutations occur in the eggs and sperms and can be passed on to offspring, while somatic mutations occur in body cells and are not passed on. Mutations have been the source of many Hollywood movies, but it's really a simple process of a mistake made in a DNA sequence as is being copied. Some of that is just the background noise that DNA copying is not perfect, and we should be glad of that. Evolution couldn't operate. But mutation can also be induced by things like radiation or carcinogens in a way that can increase the risk of cancers or birth defects. But it's pretty simple. It is basically an induced misspelling of the DNA sequence that is a mutation. This is by Francis C. Collins, MD, PhD. Then what is a mutagen? Definition: an agent such as radiation or a chemical substance which causes genetic mutation. Now let's look at medical definition of a virus. I'm leading you to somewhere. Medical definition of a virus. This is by medical editor Melessia Comrade Stopler, MD. It's a virus is a microorganism that is smaller than a bacterium that cannot grow or reproduce apart from a living cell. Apart from what? A living cell. A virus invades living cells and uses their chemical machinery to keep itself alive and to replicate itself. It may reproduce with fidelity or with errors. Mutations. This ability to mutate is responsible for the ability of some viruses to change slightly in each infected person, making treatment difficult. Viruses cause many common human infections and are also responsible for a number of rare diseases. Examples of viral diseases range from the common cold, which can be caused by one of the viruses, to AIDS, which is caused by HIV. Viruses may contain other DNA or RNA as their genetic materials. Full stop. Let us just stop here. Synthetic virology by Wikipedia. You say what? Synthetic virology is a branch of virology engaged in the study and engineering of synthetic man-made viruses. It's a multidisciplinary research field at the intersection of virology, synthetic biology, computational biology, and DNA nanotechnology, from which it borrows and integrates its concepts and methodologies. So there is a wide range of applications for synthetic viral technology, such as medical treatments, investigative tools, and reviving organisms. I'm leading you to the thread of how they actually did what, how they actually created this coronavirus pandemic that we are all dying from. It's a dead organism. It needed a host. You say, it's a big gate admits COVID vaccine changes what? DNA. Dr. Liber, this is Principia Scientificum by John O. Sullivan. This is December 5, 2020. It's a disturbing video of Biget has emerged of him boasting about how his incredible COVID-19 vaccine, which has to go to 7 billion people. Do you see their target? And containing something new, instructions in the code will change our DNA. Have you seen it? Instructions in the code will do what? Change our DNA. Have you seen all the things, definitions we are going through, in all the things we have been going through? Is what? Copying and altering their natural DNA. That's what it does. Beyond any doubt, the vaccine developed and launched to fight the novel coronavirus are composed of recombinant DNA. Recombinants are molecules of DNA genetic code from 2 or more different species that are inserted into a host organism. Inserted into what? A host organism to produce new genetic combinations that are claimed to be of value to science, medicine, agriculture, and industry. Since the focus of all genetics is the gene, the fundamental goal of big pharma's laboratory geneticists is to isolate, characterize, and manipulate genes. So what is the coronavirus origin? Because if you don't know where the rain has started beating you, will know where the rain will stop beating you. That's the point. Up to today, the Biden administration have been hedging, between him and China, and all they have been pushing through and through. No headway. They don't want to come to, they don't want to come to conclusion about the origin and investigate what happened in Wuhan and all that. But they are able to do what? They are able to predict the future and the variants of the virus, even though they don't know the what, even though they don't know the origin. That is the point. Because in every circumstance, the most important thing is what? Decoding intention. If you don't know the intention behind the thing, you cannot be able to solve that particular thing. So when you don't know the origin, when you don't know the origin, how are you able to predict the future of the pandemic? That is one question that people should ask. How are you able to predict accurately the future? Even before the second dose was uttered, you people knew that the third shot is coming. And you were talking about e-certification and all that. How did you come to that conclusion when you don't know the origin of what? Of the coronavirus, and you are not interested to find out the origin? Up to today, but it is in alignment. Biden administration is in collaboration with the Chinese authority. That is why they are dragging forth, dragging front and back, 2 steps front, 3 steps backwards, so that they will do what? They will be able to achieve their aim of destroying the human race. Because they are perverters of God's creation. They cannot create. The only pervert work they want to destroy God's works and control the world that God created. So I've said it before, but I'm still going to repeat it. I said what? They are reprogramming you away from God's basic intention in creating you by reprogramming your basic anatomy to do what they want you to do and become what they want you to become. Though through the same method of what cells and neurons do in the human body. A new you know, a new and you know, a new creature, very distinct from what God intended for mankind. That is what they want to do to you. Once the doses are complete, you are altered forever and may no longer have the natural desire for the opposite sex. Some may become sterile, and you will eat what, you know, high toto. You will eat what your high toto wouldn't have eaten before, because humans are basically what we eat, and then behave in a very different manner, absolutely different from the, you know, our earlier generation. Compare the behaviors of youth of today with that of our past generation. The difference is very, very clear, and is instigated basically by what we eat, what GMO foods has engineered us to eat and act like. That's exactly what is happening. Reprogramming new information and instructions to the original you to become a different you, totally submissive to their whims and caprices. They became the new god of humanity, which is what Don Brown means by saying that no god will survive science. Once you eat what they want you to eat, you become what they want you to become and behave exactly the way they wanted you to behave. In the process of time, you become a new creature programmed to be completely submissive and go in the manner of instruction what had been encoded in you or reprogrammed in you, even giving birth or conceiving new offspring will be affected by new offspring will be affected in their genetic makeup, you know, according to their intention, by what they have encoded in you. That's exactly what is going to happen. The vaccines do not necessarily have to kill one physically immediately, except in Biafra land, as they have intended. It is basically to control the future of mankind and hold it permanently in their palms and direct it wherever they want it, you know, wherever they will it. The future man may be programmed to develop a taste for the artificial female rather than the organic woman, and vice versa, which is their final solution to reverse climate change occasioned by, you know, activities of humans on Earth. Will no longer be an issue, as artificial beings' activity does not pose a challenge to the climate, or as organic humans' activity does. Finally, they will remove the spirit of worship of the one and only true God from you, which is why the lies of Dan Brown will say that God cannot survive science. The difference between humans and animals is not in intelligence per se, as people parrot, but that humans are the only species that has the spirit of worship, even if it is a wrong God. That is the ability to recognize that there is something higher than all that is at play in our existence, you know, which is what separates them from beasts, and the only criteria used in the past to separate humans from beasts. This is my observation. I have to write it down so that we get it exactly how I intended it to be. Then, from all this foregoing, what is my definition of vaccine? For you to understand what I'm saying. I define vaccine, the coronavirus vaccine. This is my definition of coronavirus vaccine. What is the definition of vaccine? The natural definition of vaccine by medicine, before my own definition, is a vaccine is a substance used to stimulate the production of antibodies and provide immunity against one of several diseases apart from the causative agents of a disease, its product, or a synthetic substitute treated to act as an antigen without inducing the disease. Every year, the flu vaccine is modified to deal with new strains of the virus. Then, from the foregoing, what is my own definition of the COVID-19 vaccine? Because they produce it. COVID-19 vaccine is a substance injected into a host body to stimulate the production of antibodies that gradually but steadily destroys the natural immunity of the host body to resist it, with inherent ability to modify the various predictive predictive programmed variants that leads to further injections until DNA of the host body is finally altered to achieve their program intention that lead to the creation of the virus apart from the causative agent of SARS-CoV-2 created in 2003 by American scientists, later modified by American and Chinese scientists at Wuhan lab in China. I want Fauci to dispute this my definition. I repeat it again. COVID-19 vaccine is a substance injected into a host body to stimulate the production of antibodies that gradually but steadily destroys the natural immunity of the host body to resist it, with inherent ability to modify the various predictive programmed variants that leads to further injections until DNA of the host body is finally altered to achieve their program intention that lead to the creation of the virus, apart from the causative agent of SARS-CoV-2 created in 2003 by American scientists, later modified by Americans and Chinese scientists at Wuhan lab in China. That is the origin of what, that is how this coronavirus started. I take my life to it. I'm in America here. If they say it's a lie, let them take me to court without any reduction in any sentence. Let them take me to 100 years imprisonment if I'm wrong. That is the origin of the vaccine. Let them disprove me and let us know what finally the actual origin of coronavirus. They say truth is simple. It's only lies that are very complicated. Why is China hedging? China will tell you, saying otherwise, apart from the scientific view, that people are idiots if they are saying otherwise. If they are sure of what they are saying, what is in it? Open your lab, let's see what is there. Let us see what is there. Let them go there. They are in collaboration with the World Health Organization. That is what is happening. They are just hedging so that they can do what? They can get the number of deaths that they intended to get. That is what they have been doing, you know. That is why they are blackmailing people, making it mandatory for workers. And the children of God don't even talk about anything. They don't care. You understand me? These people, they continue to resist, they continue to push, But Christians are, you know, yellow-livered, you know, they don't think they met up. Nobody shout for it. Now they have mandated all the whole workers, you know, that they compulsory everywhere. Before you know it, all these things, you know, deaths and deaths and deaths and deaths. At the end, people like Fauci, you know, they eliminate him. Biden will go, they eliminate Biden. Who will not finish his term, and then all the whole deaths will be pinned on him. That's exactly what they are planning. So Dr. Fauci is the predictive programmer of the variants in coronavirus. He is the thinking reed behind the variants and their main creator, with his accomplices of Bill Gates and etc. That is what? That is how to destroy the world and give to humanity a world with few human beings they can control and robots. That's the intention. All these health workers and others, very, very soon, what is going to happen? Robots are going to take over the jobs. It's even cheaper for the companies, you know, to maintain a robot than a human being. So that is exactly what they are doing. So why can't the whole people of the world say no more booster or whatever it is, you know, no more vaccine until you find out the origin? Because when you now know the origin, if it is man-made, you'll be able to decode the intention of the people who made it. That is the point. But nobody is talking about that. Even the president of America, Biden, was calling for, you know, door-to-door vaccination of people and others. But he is not, you know, he's not aggressive in knowing the origin, which means they know what the intention is. Without Dracula in France, Emmanuel Macron. So that is how they will go to Africa. They will mandate it, you know, the area in Africa that will be that is their focus, and what they cannot achieve physically, they will not do the vaccine. They will do what? They are going to destroy the human, destroy Africans and get what they want. Look at it. You say Elon Musk, founder of Tesla, and one of the richest men on earth, pledged $100 million for climate change technology. Jeff Bezos, Amazon founder, pledged $10 billion. Bill Gates, Microsoft founder, has released a book, you know, on how to do what? How to drive emission to zero. Together, He said together, the three have an estimated worth of $466 billion. Just three men out of what we have in this world, you know. Look at it. COVID-19, emergence of vaccine-resistant variants imminent. AHF1. This is Vanguard of May 24, 2021. It said the largest global aid organization, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, AHF, has warned that failure to administer COVID-19 vaccine fast enough may lead to a new resistant variant of COVID-19 that will not respond to the available vaccine. They know the future, but they don't know the origin. You see where they are taking you? So all the things they are taking, this booster, they are altering your DNA. They will continue to push you. They will continue. It is what they're injecting in you that is causing the variants. You continue to need what they will give you until they get what they exactly will. You are completely altered. Then when you are completely altered, they will tell you, you know, this is over. They tell you they want to get 70% or 50% vaccinated. Then even if you leave one unvaccinated person, there's a recurrence will come. When they are talking of a leak from the lab, is it not one or two leaks from the lab? So how will you vaccinate some percentage and you leave the other? Then what happens? Even the animal in the bush, are you going to vaccinate everybody in the world? Then the vaccination you are using, the one China is using is different from the one you are using. You can't control China to force them to use their own. Russia is doing the same thing. So which is which and what is what? So I see that the whole thing is just a rouse to do what? To terminate the human race. That's what they are doing. Now look at it. Coronavirus pandemic won't be over until 70% of global population is vaccinated. That is WHO. This is China Morning Post of May 28, 2021. It said the WHO European director warned on Friday that the COVID-19 pandemic won't be over until at least 70% of people are vaccinated, while deploring that the vaccine rollout in Europe is still too slow. Can you imagine? The pandemic will be over once we reach 70% minimum coverage in vaccination. The World Health Organization regional director for Europe, Hans Kluge, said it will be over 170%. That is their target, what they want to remove. That's what they want to remove. Have you seen it? Then what happens to the unvaccinated 30%? Have you ever asked that question? To see these criminals who don't deserve to live a day longer in this particular world. Look at it. Who looks at his certification for COVID-19? Look at it. Who looks at his certificates for COVID-19 vaccination? This is Guardian of December 4, 2020. He said the World Health Organization said it was considering introducing electronic vaccination certificate as hopes for an end to the pandemic were boosted after Britain became the first country to approve the use of a COVID-19 vaccine. We are looking very closely into the use of technology in the COVID-19 response, and one of them is how can we work with member states towards something called an vaccination certificate. WHO Europe expert Naira Data told an online press briefing on Thursday. Introducing such a certificate, which would make it possible to identify and monitor people who have been vaccinated, has not been finalized and would have to be drawn up in accordance with national laws, Data said. It will not be an immunity passport, which is supposed to assure that each carrier is protected against the disease because they have been infected and recovered. We do not recommend immunity passports, said Catherine Smallwood, the WHO Senior Emergency Officer for Europe. Tech-savvy Estonia, earlier this year, began testing an app that could serve as a kind of digital immunity passport, allowing users with antibodies to show employers and others their reduced risk of spreading the coronavirus. Look at it. This was what By 2020, they already know, they're already talking about each certificate and all that. They can always do what? Predict the future. But they don't know what? They don't know the past. That is what I'm trying to tell you. So you see that these are what? They are the predictive programmers of the pandemic that we are talking about. You see, the candle is going to finish on this edition, like I said before, as this candle is burning. Watch the country, Nigeria. Just watch and see what is going to happen. Not only Nigeria, watch all over the world and see what is going to happen. So they don't know the origin, but they do what? They can predict accurately the future of the pandemic. Look at it. He said what? Test shots may be needed to combat new coronavirus variants. This is by Bill Gates. Look at it. He already knew, up for hand that test shot will be needed. But yet they don't know what? They don't know the origin and they don't bother to know about the origin. He said, these are the inventors, and the programmers of the world of the COVID pandemic. Then before you know it, they will now introduce their digital currency, currency that is only available in electronic form, so that if you put in one of those Bible passages that says, no man can buy and sell except those who have the mark and all that. But now it's not the time for it. It's still the future when the main Antichrist will manifest. So they are trying to fast forward it, and that is why I am giving you this revelation to do what? To stop them on their track. What they want to do now is what is going to happen shortly after, not now. It's not for our time. So we have to stop them on their own track. So when they give you the e-certification and they introduce the electronic money and all that, if you don't have the certificate and all that, no man can buy or sell and all that, and it goes through your telephone and all that. That is the thing. That is why what I'm doing for you is what? To do what? To provide an ego-eye view on the problem that confronts not only the Biafrans but the entire world today. To open your eyes, open your eyes to see the reality of the present truth. You understand me? Especially in this time that the whole world is covered by delusions, and all that covered the whole world that nobody is actually saying. The underground maneuvering, of these wicked forces. That is exactly what I'm doing for you. So they go through their digital currency and all that. So when you hear them talk about the coronavirus and you see them, they'll be telling you it's human-to-human contact and all that. They'll be telling you that it's airborne by coughing and sneezing and all that. That is not the issue. That is not the truth. You understand me? It may be to a little extent, but that is not the main medium of the spread of the coronavirus. The main medium of the coronavirus spread, which they are hiding, is what? Is through the food you eat. That is how they are doing it. You understand me? Let us look at, I was looking at, I have to go to Wikipedia and look up food fortification, for instance. It said, food fortification or enrichment is the process of adding micronutrients, that is essential trace elements and vitamins, to food. It can be carried out by food manufacturers or by government as a public health policy which aims to reduce the number of people with dietary deficiencies within a population. The predominant diet within a region can lack particular nutrients due to the local soil or from inherent deficiencies within the staple and condiments. Can do what? Can prevent large-scale deficiency diseases in these cases. If it can prevent it, it can equally increase it. That is how they are what? That is how they are spreading this coronavirus. I'm telling you. In core, food fortification or enrichment is the process of adding micronutrients, essential trace elements, and vitamins to food. It can be carried out by food manufacturers or by government as a public health policy which aims to reduce the number of people with dietary deficiencies within a population. The predominant diet within a region can lack particular nutrients due to the local soil or from inherent deficiencies within the staple and condiments can prevent large-scale deficiency diseases in these cases. I want you to note, it doesn't mean all foods, specially targeted region and areas, not whole scale. That is how they are spreading it. Look at it, it says what? Bearing the definition in mind of food fortification, look at it, it says, Bill Gates Foundation is leading a green counter revolution in what? In Africa. I told you, they said their target is what? Black people. They said the black people should get COVID-19 vaccine first. You see it, the former wife of Bill Gates, Melinda, you see, she said it. And I have shown you the demography of black population in America, used it to cross-check the spread, the pandemic, and the deaths, on races. And you will understand exactly what I'm telling you. He said, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation promised say what? To Africa, promised Behon Africa a green revolution to fight hunger and poverty. It hasn't worked, but it has upped corporate agriculture's profit. Local farmers are being left empty-handed and hunger is rising. Over the last 5 years, the number of people and the world suffering from hunger has been on the rise. Against this backdrop, a decade-old debate continues to rage, asking which agricultural approaches can provide everyone with sufficient healthy food. You say what? Bill Gates Foundation is leading what? A green counter revolution at where? At what? At Africa. That's how they are doing it. In one of Nnamdi Kalu's broadcasts, you saw when he was talking about the National Assembly, the Nigerian National Assembly, the Senate passing a bill on what? Passing a bill on ID card for cattle. You don't understand what they mean by those cattle. There's a news report I want to read. Those cattle is what they are going to infect those cattle with all these viruses, coronaviruses. They want to do what? They want to do that ID card to know actually the ones that they have infected with the virus, so that they can ship them, especially to Biafra land and all that. And that is one major reason why they should avoid what? Why they should avoid eating what? Avoid eating Fulani cow. That is what? That is the face of Satan for the destruction of the Biafrans. That is the face of Satan for the destruction of the Biafrans. The abomination that do what? That causes dissolution. That is exactly what it is. That is why Biafrans must avoid it. One reason. It's an abomination before God for them to eat it. And then they are doing what? They are infecting all these things with the coronavirus and shipping it to our people. That is how they are going to finish you. It's a Red Cross, the warm over 200,000 cows in Nasarawa. This is Vanguard of December 12, 2020. Red Cross is part of the world, part of the Antichrist too. They are deworming them. What they are doing is what? It's a International Committee of Red Cross has dewormed no fewer than 200,000 cows across 3 local government areas in Nasarawa State. All these things, they are poisoning the cows. That's what they are doing. But you people don't hear. He said, Bill Gates Foundation, I've given you this one about food fortification. Now, when you go to the coronavirus, when it came out initially, what is it? This is from head into graphic. This is John Hopkins, John Hopkins University Hospitals, coronavirus at a glance. Quoting them. A new coronavirus, first identified in China in December 2019, has caused an outbreak of respiratory illness that the World Health Organization named what? COVID-19 in February 2020. What did they name it? COVID-19 what? In February 2020. Official name, 2019 novel coronavirus disease. That is what? COVID-19 is what? Virus. What is the meaning of that particular virus? severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus, which is what? SARS. The same SARS. SARS-CoV-2. That is what they called it. Now look at it. Question. What name does WHO use for the virus? Very, very important. He said, from a risk communications perspective, this is the response of WHO, World Health Organization. From a risk communication perspective, using the name SARS can have unintended consequences in terms of creating unnecessary fear for some populations, especially in Asia, which was affected by the SARS outbreak in 2003. For that reason and others, WHO has begun referring to the virus as the virus responsible for COVID-19 or the COVID-19 virus when communicating with the public. Neither of these designations are intended as replacement for the official name of the virus as agreed by the ICTV. Then the question is, why is WHO concerned with creating unnecessary fear? You know, especially in Asia because of what SARS outbreak did in 2003. Why? Because they knew what they were hiding. They knew that COVID-19 is an offshoot of SARS, which they created in 2003. This is from who? From who? So if it has evolved naturally, as they claim, you know, why should the World Health Organization have unnecessary fear for some populations, especially in Asia, which was affected by the SARS outbreak in 2003? Why should they have? What should be their concern if it is a natural occurrence? So they did what? They deceived the world. Because of what? The guilty are afraid. They know what they are hiding. Because they did what? They created it. And that brings us to the issue of the so-called wearing of face masks. Face mask wearing is their bogey trick of hiding the fact that coronavirus is actually transmitted through their, poisoning of people's food and the so-called food fortification, and not actually airborne that called for the mandatory mask wearing. Is their bogey. That is exactly what they did. So Fauci and co should tell us actually the role that face mask does in the prevention of the so-called coronavirus. Let me read one edition for you, one article for you. It says face mask may increase coronavirus risk. This is WHO Director, Premium Times, March 31, 2020. It said what? The World Health Organization, WHO has advised people not to wear face masks unless they are sick with COVID-19 or caring for sick patients. Masks may actually increase coronavirus risk. The executive director of the World Health Organization Health Emergencies Program, Mike Ryan, said at a briefing in Geneva, Switzerland on Monday, according to the CNN. There is no specific evidence to suggest that the wearing of masks by the mass population has any potential benefit. I'm quoting him. That is exactly what he said. There is no specific evidence to suggest that the wearing of masks by the mass population has any potential benefit. In fact, there is some evidence to suggest the opposite in the misuse of wearing a mask properly or fitting it properly, Mr. Ryan said, who earlier raised an outcry on global shortages of face masks and protective suits for caregivers hampered by the coronavirus pandemic. Look at it. This is what he said. This is what he said. So what are they doing? Let me tell you exactly what they are doing. Let me tell you what they are doing. You see, I told you that that Dr. Fauci is the predictive programmer of the variant in coronavirus. The thinking read behind the variants and their main creator, which is what? Which with his accomplices of Bill Gates, etc., that is how to do what? To destroy the human race and give to humanity a world with few human beings that they can control and robots. That's exactly what they are doing. Now they are working in tandem with elements of this Food and Drug Administration. You may think I'm lying, but it's true. You understand me? The people that are responsible for the public health, by ensuring safety and efficacy and security of the food we eat and all that in America here. So FDA is working with what the Food and Drug Administration is working with what United States government, partners, including what this Center for Disease Control and international partners to address the pandemic. All these people they are working with are what forces of the Antichrist that are set to destroy the world. That is why FDA approved first COVID-19 vaccine on August 23, 2021. The FDA approved community COVID-19 vaccine mRNA previously known as what? Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. See, and Pfizer, they did what? They knew the atrocity they have committed all over the world. The same snake. They went underground and changed their name so that people will not identify them on face value immediately. It's what? Look at what they approved. That is it. They say what? Known as what? The community COVID-19 vaccine, mRNA. We still come to it. Previously known as Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for the prevention of COVID-19 diseases in individuals 16 years of age and older. Anthony Stephen Fauci, OMRI, is an American physician, scientist, and immunologist, serving as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and the chief medical advisor to the president. That is who is the president? Biden. The same antichrist forces that are out to do what? That are out to destroy the human race. Let me quote part of an article, the heading of the article is Dr. Fauci, the sorcerer's apprentice, helping China fiddle with viruses, spares danger. I'm quoting extra from the article. It said what? Documents obtained by the Intercept through Freedom of Information Act requests. Documents obtained by the Intercept through Freedom of Information Act request undercut Dr. Fauci's protestation of innocence. The materials reveals that the Whatapp Institute of Virology unequivocally, that is in quote, used Fauci's supervised grants from the National Institute of Health, NIH, to pay for risky gain-of-function research, says Richard Albright, professor of chemistry and chemical biology at Rutgers University and laboratory director at the Waxman Institute of Microbiology, as reported by Newsweek. Unequivocally means what? Without doubt. Still going further. Dr. Ebrard's assessment reinforces charges leveled by Senator Rand Paul during July Senate hearing that Dr. Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the NIH, lied to Congress when denying that NIH funded work in gain of function research. Senator Paul, also a physician, was out of his depth when contending he did, Dr. Fauci claimed. Experts can disagree, but in light of the newly released documents, Dr. Fauci appeared to be splitting hairs over whether NIH funded research at the Whatapp lab constituted gain of function. Multiple sections of the grant proposals and grants progress report made it clear that the grant-funded gain-of-function research of concern in Whatapp, Dr. Advert told Newsweek. And told Newsweek in particular, NIH grant-funded lab created coronavirus mutations able to infect humanized mice with viral loads between 10 and 100 times the normal rate and could similarly infect human beings. Given its history, China should not be assisted in boosting the potency of viruses as founders of the modern communist state. Mao Zedong exterminated an estimated 77 million of his fellow citizens. As founder of the modern communist state, Mao Zedong exterminated an estimated 77 million of his fellow citizens. Current President Xi Jinping's inhuman tendencies, the harvesting of organs from living prisoners, the incarceration of 1 million plus Muslim illegals, and the failure to promptly alert World Health officials about the deadly spread of COVID-19 mustn't be augmented with bioweaponry. With China's cooperation unlikely, the world may never learn definitely whether the pandemic triggering coronavirus escaped from the Wuhan lab or whether Fauci-funded research created the specific COVID-19 pathogen that has killed millions. That is exactly what happened. It was what Fauci-funded research that created the specific COVID-19 pathogens that have killed millions. That is exactly what happened. I told you that coronavirus is an offshoot of the SARS, SARS of 2003. And SARS was what? SARS was invented by the Americans. That is the origin. Don't beat about the bush about anything. Take me to court in America. Sentence me 100 years if I'm lying. Let them come and dispute me. Anyhow you go in this world, you come to the conclusion that what coronavirus is just a step up of SARS, and that it was what invented by Americans. American scientists invented it. Then China modified it. And they did what? They brought it out at the time they brought it out to checkmate President Trump from becoming the president of America. That is number one. Secondly, for the extermination of the Biafrans. That is exactly what happened. You understand me? The third element is what? To checkmate the climate change and all that. That is exactly what happened. So when you talk about my messages, there are messages to the world in the messages that I preach, even in the prophecies that I give. And when you see me, I talk about prophecies sometimes. Some people say, God say, God say. I prophesy based on my authority, my right as a child of God. I program and tell you what exactly is going to happen into the future. And it happens according to what I tell you. That is what you see all these fake people, coming to fabricate and all that. I have told you that the beast out of the sea is Xi Jinping. They say that his predecessor killed 77 million. That one will be child's play. Xi Jinping will be the butcher of humanity. Xi Jinping, the current president of China, he is the man, and he is the first major antichrist. It is after him that you get the main supreme antichrist, the beast, the monster who will enslave the world. That is exactly what is happening. And my message is to tell you exactly how many years it remains to the end of the century. Those are the progressions of my messages. So I'll talk a little bit about China. Let me still go on with other reports. Look at this report again. I want to read to you. It said, 2 years ago today, Wuhan Bat Lab mysteriously scrubbed database with 22,000 specimens. This is a news of what? This is a 0HCOM. This is by 12 September 2021. Now look at the news report. It said what? More than 3 months before COVID-19 officially broke out in Wuhan, China, the Wuhan Institute of Virology mysteriously took its bat and rodent pathogen database offline, suddenly making over 22,000 specimens unavailable. This is the same China that ordered virus samples destroyed after a rogue lab published the genome for COVID-19 48 hours after the NIV database was further altered and deleted more than 300 studies encompassing hundreds of pages of information. All of them were what? All of them were deleted. We are reminded of this by biologist and writer Matt Ribley, who said in a Sunday Twitter thread, I'm quoting him, the explanation that Xi Zhangli gave that there had been hacking attempts makes no sense. Why would there be before the pandemic? And sharing the data with a secure source overseas to protest against it, being altered would render hacking fertile. Matt Billy, he sent that at what? Matt Weeby, that is September 2021. Then continue with the report. The fact sheet describing the database was not taken down, but it was edited on or before 30th December to change the key words and alter some terms from wildlife to bat and rodent. Why? The database remains inaccessible to the world to this day. Because of what? Because of China's impunity. We know it contains some published samples and sequences of bat viruses, but we have never been told what they are. Shockingly, at Peter Dazat has excused this lack of transparency, while other virologists have ignored it. There has been no call from the Royal Society, the United States National Academy of Science, or Western government for this database to be shared with the world, even though it could be vital to understanding how this pandemic started or how the next one may start. Why not? Now, why is it? You see all the people that they mentioned. There has been no call from the Royal Society, the United States National Academy of Science, or Western government for this database to be shared. You see it? Because of what? Primarily because of their, because of their covert, in conjunction with China, the covert instigators of what happened in America. That's exactly what happened. And what? China's impunity. Have you seen what is happening? And Chinese what? Chinese impunity. That is what we are witnessing. Well, this reminds me, of the White Ass and the Lion fable, of Aesop. Let me just recount one of the stories, as a digression, to really bring into focus exactly what I'm talking about. China. This is somewhere Crusoe, the lion and other beasts. It said the lion and several other beasts entered into an alliance, offensive and defensive, and we are to lie very sociably together in the forest. One day, having made a sort of an excursion by way of hunting, they took a very fine, large, fat deer, which was divided into 4 parts. Deer happening to be then present, His Majesty the Lion, and only 3 others. After division was made and the parts were set out, His Majesty, advancing forward some steps and pointing to one of the shares, was pleased to declare himself after the following manner: "This I seize and take possession of as my right, which devolves to me, as I am descendant by a true linear hereditary succession from the royal family of Lion. That," pointing to the second, I claim by, I think, no unreasonable demand, considering that all the engagement you have with the enemy turn chiefly upon my courage and conduct, and you very well know that wars were too expensive to be carried on without proper supplies. Then, nodding his head towards the third, that I shall take by virtue of my prerogative, to which I make no question, but so dutifully and loyally people will pay all the deferences and regard that I can desire. Now, as for the remaining part, the necessity of our present affairs is so very urgent, our stock so low, and our credit so impaired and weakened, that I must insist upon your granting that without any hesitation or demur, and hereof fear not at your peril. And hereof what? Fear not at your peril. That is exactly the situation we are in with China today. That's exactly the situation we are in with China today. Look at what? The swaggering mendacity of unbridled arrogance of China in the face of the present realities of the world order that we see today. Look at a China that have not even officially been proclaimed the most foremost superpowers of today. Look at what we are seeing with China. We have had Asian powers that have risen and gone by. Then there was no fatality, there was no catastrophic upheaval as we are seeing, witnessing with China, that have not been enthroned as the major superpowers of today. Yet we are not safe, you know. The Greek Empire has come and gone. There was not so much fatality in the world order. The Romans have come and gone. Even the British of yesterday have come and gone. There was no Americans have been there for decades. There have been no too much overt impudence and arrogance like China is displaying. Look at it. That's what you are witnessing. I told you that Xi Jinping, that killer, look at it, harvesting organs of prisoners. That is the arrangement he entered into with Nigeria, harvesting the organs of Biafrans. That's what they are doing. We have seen in the past edition, you know, how Nnamdi Kanu, how the Americans, you know, very tough American diplomats who are in China, they have had agreement with Nigerian government and others, supplying them arms, that he should go to Shanghai and procure arms. Harvesting organs of Biafrans and others, that's what we are saying. And this is all about China. Look at it. Yet what? China have not been officially recognized as a superpower, as a major first dominant world power. We know that about dethroned America, we know, but it has not even been officially opened. Then what happens when China completely takes over, like they have done, you know, and becomes pronounced all over the world, you know, like due to the trickery and treachery of Americans, like the former Roman Empire. You understand me? The generals themselves destroyed their own empire. Americans themselves destroyed America. Because of what? Because of the humbies, you know, the human beings that we have in America, the Democrats. That's exactly what is happening. They have dethroned America. I said, before this council, I thought it would finish in the last edition, but it's finishing here. Whatever remained of this council, I'll keep it as a memorial of Nigerian destruction. Before this edition ends, this is what part 16 of the word of the mortal combat and final showdown. That is what it is. Of Biafra coming. I told you Biafra is going to come this year, and I will tell you how it's going to be triggered. We are going to see what is going to happen. By the time this candle finishes, we see. Go and look at the face of Nigeria, and we are going to see what Nigeria will look like. The furthest action will be like lollipop, you know, compared with what Xi Jinping is going to do to the world. It's my duty to expose him and tell you what I'm saying, but if you don't believe me, that's your business. You know, Hitler will be a very, you know, little, will be sweet piece cake, you know. Will be the sweet piece cake. Xi Jinping is going to be icing on the cake. You know, that's what you're going to see. When this guy finishes with you, look at it. Why not? Why yet not officially declared? Look at what he's doing. Then if the World Health Organization or United Nations is not cooperating with China, they should force China to open that Wuhan lab so that the origin can be confirmed. If they cannot be able to do that, then let United Nations, let the shop be closed. Let us close shop. There will be no need to have a body like that. Now that China can be grabbed by the tail, you know, now that we can get that tiger by the tail now, is it when China have developed and the gene get out of the bottle and become the superpower? Is it when we are going to get them? So if you can't checkmate China now, then let United Nations and all these world organizations, let them close shop, both ICJ and all that, let them close shop. So that we will now know that we live in the days of the jungle, survival of the fittest, you know, where life is short and brutish. And then every animal will find its level and know the jungle is not, know the limitations of where to come out. It's better than we pretend we have another to do what? To maintain peace in the world. And yet, what are we saying? We see unbridled arrogance, you know, unbridled arrogance, unchecked arrogance, disposition of swaggering mendacity of who are you? Lion, King Lion, I will take the first share, I will take the second share, I will take the fourth share, I will take the fourth one. If you talk, I will kill you. Look at him now. And the world is tolerating it. Well, that is for you. Look at it. It's a immunization, Dangote Gate Foundation, states, partnership, aside federal government. Everything, Biafran should have to completely boycott every product, food product of Dangote. if you are going to survive, you better boycott food product completely of anything that have to do with Dangote food. I told you it's what this their so-called food fortification and all that, that they are using to spread this coronavirus. Do investigation in that order. When you are a loquacious public figure, critics of coronavirus and all that, what they will do, they get somebody close to you to poison your food. Or they go to the hotels you live, you normally frequent, and get some. They have agents who go to shops, stores, and all that, poisoning people's food and products that people take. You don't know. That's exactly what happened. Go and investigate what I told you. That's exactly what they are doing. You understand me? Let Fauci come and tell us what role face masks play. I have told you it's their bogey of covering the food aspect of it, to let you believe that it's spread through all this airborne and all that, which is not true. Now look at it. It says, let me read one report from you from inventor of mRNA vaccine is not working as we intended it. Settling in the offerings. Do not take. This is New World Today's Com of 11 September 2021 by Tom Nair. Let me read a little bit of the report for you. He said what? Did you know the inventor of the mRNA vaccine is a guy named Robert Malone? Did you know that Robert Malone has now gone on record very vocally saying that he initially took the mRNA vaccine and gave it to his family, but now he regrets it. You see, he is admitting the vaccine is not working as they intended. In fact, he is not just admitting it, he is shouting it from the rooftop. The VAT appears to be concentrating on the ovaries and in other major organs. This was never supposed to happen, and it is extremely troubling. Malone now says, knowing what he knows now, he regrets taking the vaccine and would not do it again if we could do it over. Now, take a look, at some of the responses that came as a result of what he said. He said, not to mention the spike protein concentration in ovaries for women. The long-term impact of female health and reproduction are unknown. Lucky for big pharma and government, that is no one is liable if couples can't have kids in the future because of the what? Because of the vaccine. This is from what? This is from Dan McCormack at the Holiday Man, September 10, 2021. He said the mRNA travels to all this and that one. The mRNA travels to all organs in the body, including the ovaries. The cells are instructed to create spike, a protein. The spike is a pathogen, so the immune system attacks all cells that contain the spike. This is what causes the clot. This is what causes the clots and the bleedings. This is by Zal F. at what? Flizatrovic. This is September 9, 2021. Very important I repeat what he said so that we take cognizance of all these observations that people are raising. He said what? The mRNA travels to all organs in the body, including the ovaries. The cells are instructed to create spike a protein. The spike is a pathogen, so the immune system attacks all cells that contain the spike. This is what causes the clot and the bleeding. This other one. My friend who got both Pfizers said she has the worst period of her life yesterday, and both her arms were aching. Her friends who got it also have had really bad periods afterwards. What on earth is in that vaccine? What is in the vaccine is what I'm telling you. This is what by WROTM at what Givaros. You understand what I mean? So check what people are saying, correspond it with what exactly I'm telling you. Because I told you they are perverters of God's creation. They cannot create. They pervert God's order. That's what they are doing. He said, now let me give you a submission. He said, how does the mRNA from the COVID-19 vaccine work? Now, this definition is by them. their own official definition. You say, look at it. How does the mRNA from the what? From the COVID-19 vaccine work? You know, to deceive people, they will change terms. This is COVID-19, the definition they will give you. They will not give you the real story. They said what? Messenger RNA is a messenger. Messenger RNA is type of RNA that is necessary for protein production. It says mRNA uses the information in genes to create a blueprint for making proteins. Once cells finish making a protein, they quickly break down the mRNA. mRNA from vaccine does not enter the nucleus and does not alter what? DNA, which is a big lie. They did it to do what? To deceive the masses. This is the new definition that they gave it. Just like they changed the name from COVID, from SARS to SARS-CoV-2 to COVID. They tell you because of fear of what he did in Asia and all that. That's exactly what they are repeating here. Now look at other definitions that is not their own. It says messenger RNA is a single-stranded RNA molecule that is complementary to one of the DNA strands of a gene. The mRNA is an RNA version of the gene that leaves the cell nucleus and moves to the what? Cytoplasm, where proteins are made. During protein synthesis, an organelle called a ribosome moves along the mRNA, reads its base sequence, and uses the genetic code to translate each three base triplets or codon into its corresponding amino acid. If it can translate, it can equally what? It can put. If it can interpret, it can equally write it. Have you seen another definition? This one said, narration. Messenger RNA is also known as mRNA, are one of the types of RNA that are found in the cells. This particular one, like most RNAs, are made in the nucleus and then exported to the cytoplasm, where the translation machinery, that is the machinery that actually makes proteins, binds to these mRNA molecules and reads the code on the mRNA to make a specific protein. I want to repeat this so that the word can hear. He said what? This particular one, like most RNAs, are made in the nucleus and then exported to the cytoplasm, where the translation machinery, the machinery that actually makes proteins, binds to these mRNA molecules and read the code on the mRNA to make a specific protein. Meaning what? If it can read those codes on the mRNA to make a specific protein, it can equally rewrite it. You say what? So in general, one gene, the DNA for one gene, can be transcribed into an mRNA molecule that will end up making one specific protein. You see it? So if in general one gene, the DNA for one, can be transcribed into an mRNA molecule that will end up making one specific protein, it can equally alter the DNA. That is exactly what we do. You understand me? You know, before we have said it, and that reminds me of this candle. I mean, I thought it was to finish the last edition. I don't know if it will still get up to this edition. Whatever remaineth of it, I will keep it in the Biafra Museum as a memorial for the end of the evil empire called Nigeria. We shall see what happens as the candle is burning. Let it finish in this edition. Then after this edition, let us look at Nigeria and see what happens. Every doubting Thomases will be clear at every doubting Thomases that Nigeria is going to go forever. I have said it before, but I still have to repeat it. That is what synthetic virology. It's a synthetic virology is a branch of virology engaged in the study and engineering of synthetic man-made viruses. It is what? a multidisciplinary research field at the intersection of virology, synthetic biology, computational biology, and DNA nanotechnology, from which it borrows and integrates what is concept and what methodologies. That is what they did. That is how this, this Fauci and all of them, that is how these inventors, what they did at the Wuhan Virology Institute. That is exactly what they did. So don't be deceived. So we have seen it. He said what? Remember what we said? Bill Gates said what? That COVID vaccine changes what? DNA. That is what Bill Gates said. Quoting him again for emphasis in court. He said a disturbing video of Bill Gates has emerged of him boasting about how his incredible COVID-19 vaccine, which has to go to 7 billion people and containing something new, instruction in the code, will what? Change our DNA. I hope we are not forgotten. So that brings us to other things. Look at this news report. Let me just read it to you so that you can understand exactly where we are going. It said 2000, they are not telling you the truth. What they do is they reduce the numbers, of the so-called breakthrough so that the world will not know the truth of actually what is happening. But look at this report. It said 2,675 fully vaccinated Americans have died of COVID-19, 11,440 breakthrough cases hospitalized. This is what by International Business Times, 14 September 2021. Let me go inside the body of the report. It said more than 2,600 fully vaccinated Americans have died of COVID-19 as the country continues to see a rise in the number of breakthroughs, hospitalization, the latest data showed. According to the data from the Center for Disease and Prevention, at least 2,675 Americans died of COVID-19 despite being fully vaccinated as of September 7. So when this CDC tell you 2,675, multiply it by 10. That is what you get. Because they will do what they will try their best to bring down the figure. That is what fully vaccinated in terms of the breakthrough that they are saying. It's among the total breakthroughs death, 87% were what? We are people aged 65 and older. Do you understand what I mean? 87% were what? People aged 65 and older. Do you know why? Because there are what? Existing, health issues that they have. So after taking the vaccine, what do it will aggravate those health issues? The immunity is dispersed. So ordinary cold alone, will wipe all of them out. So look at the 8 categories so that you understand what I'm saying. You see, it's a breakthroughs. 87% were people aged 65 and older. 44% were female. Can you imagine? Female what? Because I'm telling you, they are doing what? They are rendering the female species obsolete. And they are going to make the men do what? Depend more on all these artificial human beings, robots and all that, as we have treated in our past edition. That is exactly what is going on here. You say what? 44% were female patients, and 21% were patients who were either symptomatic or whose deaths were not COVID related. Still going further. It said the latest data show that authorities reported over 200 additional breakthrough deaths since August 30, when the CDC reported 2,437 COVID-19 deaths among the fully vaccinated population. As of September 7, the United States recorded 11,440 breakthrough hospitalization, a nearly 1,000 increase from the 10,471 breakthrough hospitalization recorded at the end of August. Among the total order of fully vaccinated individuals admitted for COVID-19, 7,954 were people aged 65 and older, 5,493 were female, and 2,491 were symptomatic or their hospitalization was not related to the coronavirus. to the novel coronavirus. The CDC's report comes as COVID-19 cases in the United States have been dipping. As of Sunday, the country's 7-day average of daily coronavirus cases was 144,300. The figure is down 14% from the case count on September 1, when the country reported a daily average of 167,600 cases. Now, quoting somebody, he could repeat that we have reached a peak and we are now on the way down. Dr. Arturo Casadevella, chair of molecular microbiology and immunology at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, told CNBC. These are their accomplices, you know. Anytime all these things are going on, they will bring, one pragmatized crazy man who will come and brainwash you with good talks, you know. But you don't know, it's one of their spin doctors, you know, to smooth talk you into indolency. So Casadevella noted that the combination of vaccination and surging infection in the United States during the summer could be helping to improve the situation in the country. He, however, warned against declining the end of the current wave, adding that the virus is what is unpredictable. Now look at it. The virus is unpredictable. But they what? They know the full total essence of where the virus is headed to, but they don't know the origin. So how can you know the actual, you know, look at them, because they are predicting all the, you know, the variants that are coming up and all that. How can you know the full essence of where something is headed when you don't know where something is coming from? You see it? That's what I'm saying. He said, still quoting him, I would just be careful delaying anything except some degree of optimism, with the fear that the numbers are going down, he added. Why is the number going down? Because people are becoming wiser, you know, like when this expose I've made about their food, how they are poisoning people's food, even going to hotels. They have agents that are poisoning people's food. By the time these things come up, you see what I'm talking about. It will diminish. Now the children, look at it, all of a sudden, children are becoming infected. Go and check the children's food. Somewhere along the line, you know, random poisoning, that's what they do, so that you can't trace it. Now, concluding the report, it says U.S. health officials have recorded 41,209,851 COVID-19 cases and 661,537 deaths since the beginning of the pandemic, according to Johns Hopkins University. You see it? So that is it. So let me see, you know, let me read another news report for you. It said Brazilian president vows not to encourage COVID vaccines unless Pfizer owns up to experimental drug potential side effects. You understand me? Now look at the report. It said President Bolsonaro, in a press conference addressing the issue with Pfizer, stated that he would not mandate or even recommend the vaccine to Brazilians or even take it himself, while Pfizer refuses to take responsibility for the possible side effect of their vaccine. Now look at it. Look at it. And he still got further to say what? He said Pfizer booster shot gives similar side effects as his COVID vaccine. Can you imagine? Now this is up to the United States of American president. The drug manufacturers cannot take responsibility for the effects of their drugs. And then you are recommending it for your own citizens to take. Have you seen the reason why Pfizer have to change the name of their own drug so that they don't know? Go and look at what Pfizer did in Africa. Go and look at what they did in India, Biget and all that. Go and look at what they did with, you know, all these children, that they, Ebola and other things that they did. You know, when you come to Nigeria here, they're always scoring these children that have, you know, a lot of these disabilities. You know, go and look at what they did. in Africa, this Pfizer and all that. Go to Ghana and everywhere, you see what I'm talking about. Now they declare responsibility and you are recommending it everywhere. Go and check what they did with polio and Ebola vaccines in Africa. Go and check it and you will understand what we're talking about. It says France suspends 3,000 health workers for failing to get a COVID jab. This is BVI September 16, 2021. That Dracula, Emmanuel, or whatever it is, not only sacking them, they're even fining them, taxing them, you know, asking them to pay penalty after losing their job because they didn't take the job. So what are they doing? You think they are calling them back? They are not calling anybody back. And that was the man who started it. You know, he gave them an ultimatum, you know, a deadline when all of them will take the vaccine. If they don't take it, this is what that was where Biden borrowed. He started it and then he spread all over the world. That is what they did. Both in Africa and Buhari is compelling everybody. The president that is not alive is compelling everybody to take it. That's what they are doing. It was Macron that started it. So what are they doing? Because I told you, go to my past series, you say it. They have robots to take over this thing. So what they are doing, they will create a law. There will be a law, you know, an inactivity period and all that. You think they are calling you back. Gradually, all these companies, you see them, they'll be buying robots, you know, who have been trained to do the nursing jobs and all that. They'll be taking over your job. After the law, then it becomes the vogue, you know, all these companies, they will prefer to buy the robots instead of the humans because it's cost saving to them. That is what happened. Go and look at it. I've read this report before. I just mentioned it, but let me just do a little bit of it. It says black people should get COVID-19 first. That is after health workers. That is Melinda Gates. It says this is what he said. Co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Melinda Gates says black people should be prioritized for vaccination against COVID-19. She stated this during a question and answer session with Time magazine ahead of the 2020 Global Vaccine Summit, which held on June 4. According to the notable philanthropist, blacks should be next in line after healthcare workers to be vaccinated against the deadly virus due to its impact among the black population in America, she said. Due to its impact among what the black populations in America. So you see their target? Health workers, when they remove it, so that when they remove the health workers who are saving lives, if they are gone, then you see people will be dying like flies. You know, you see all sort of manifestation of all sort of disorganized organs and all that. You know, I said we have entered into a period where the living will enter into the dead. Very shortly, this world you are looking at today, you can never recognize this world again. We have said it before. I said, Bill Gates, we must depopulate Africa to save Europe. Have you seen what you are talking about? So their target is what? Their target is Africa, blacks. You see what happened when they did about, when I was telling you about what they tried to use AIDS to do, AIDS. When I told you that the condom they were doing is different from the one that they are doing, that is exactly what is happening. Their target is what? Black. Now look at them, it's another report for you. It's a COVID-19 vaccines. Biden, Macron, seek 1.8 billion doses for Africa. 1.8 billion doses for Africa. So that is their target. You say what? UNICEF pre-ordered 2 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccine for Nigeria. For Nigeria. That is what Biafrans are the main target. Look at it. UNICEF pre-ordered 2 billion doses of what? COVID-19 vaccines for Nigeria. This is independence of December 8th of 20, the last year. You see, the United Nations International Children's and the Ministry from UNICEF has revealed that the agency has pre-ordered 2 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccine from global manufacturers for Nigeria alone. UNICEF communication specialist Dr. Geoffrey Njoku gave this revelation at the 4th annual health conference of the Association of Nigerian Health Journalists held in Goshen, Nasarawa State. Go and ask them how many Fulanis have taken it, all these ones, carrying numbers. Go and ask them, they will not give it to any of them. Have you seen it? In Igbo man they use the same way they put Ngozi well again. So that by the time you finish, they will tell you it's their brothers and sisters. I'm giving you things to validate what I'm saying. You see, South Africa will no longer send JJ vaccine to Europe. AU envoy says. Let me go down for this. Very important news report. This is by Lauren Kent and Nimi Princeway, CNN, September 3, 2021. Look at the body of the report. It's an arrangement in which Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccines were shipped from South Africa to Europe has been suspended. African Union AU Special Envoy for COVID-19 response, Strive Masiwaya, has said. He said the arrangement was reversed in part due to what? Invitation from South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and French President Emmanuel Macron. Have you seen the Evo people? They fronted that useless president, Ramaphosa, or whatever his name is, that idiot. They fronted him first. So you see, they fronted the South African president, Ramaphosa, to be the fall guy that will bear the rat. Why the hidden real manipulators? Look at them, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and French President Emmanuel Macron. They are the real manipulators that engineer them. Let me repeat the statement again. He said the arrangement was reversed in part due to intervention from South African President Cyril Ramaphosa, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and French President Emmanuel Macron. Masiwaya said in a Thursday press briefing. Masiwaya said Ursula von der Leyen also committed to sending the J&J vaccine, which were packaged by J&J South African partner company as Spain, back to African nations. Have you seen it? Back to what? African nations. So they were shipping it before. They manufacture in South Africa and they ship to Europe and all that. But now they ban it. Whatever they produce there is what? Whatever they produce there is for African nations, which is completely different from what they ship to Europe. I'm coming. Let me go down for the report. So in quoting him, all the vaccines produced at Spain will stay in Africa and will be distributed to Africa, Masiwaya said. All vaccines from this facility are under the control now of the South African government, which has committed that those vaccines will go to Africa. Do you understand? You saw the game they played with AIDS when AIDS came in order to wipe out Africa. Go and look at what AIDS did in South Africa to start with. Go and check. Do the what? I told you that the condom that they were producing for Africa is so thick, so that you don't know that within that Africa, within that thickness, there is a hole. You have a hole, very tiny hole, like a tiny needle hole. Then check the dimension of the HIV virus. Then check the hole in the middle. You find out that when they tell you with condom, you are using condom, you think you are protected. You don't know that you empty. That was how they were wiping us out before I revealed that in that 2003 ID card game of death that I revealed, and they stopped it. That was what checkmated those things that time when they were using the Planned Parenthood and all that. And those were condoms supplied by Bill and Melinda Gates and this Kofi Annan Foundation, all these criminals. That was exactly what they are happening. So now this one is in South Africa. So what they are doing, they are studying you variations, every variation they code it there. That is what they are going to do, and it takes care of the whole Africa. They eliminate you. You see the billions of doses they have made for you. That is how they are. Because I told you, go back to the series we did, Western plot to take over Africa, starting with Nigeria. And I told you that in South Africa, very soon, very, very soon, you see that South Africa will become a white nation. That is exactly what is going to happen. All these blacks, infertility due to this COVID vaccine and all that, they'll be eliminating them before you know it, they are gone. That is exactly what is going to happen. It's a shipment made by criticism. Let me, the report continues. It said the planned shipment of the J&J vaccine to Europe has sparked outrage among health activists in Africa who criticized the arrangement, citing the slow vaccination rate in the continent when compared to Europe, which had much higher update of COVID vaccine. You see, all these ones are what they are planted agents, who will be shouting in their favor, thinking, okay, bring it Africa, bring it Africa. You think that you don't know that all these things are planted people. That's exactly what they are doing. Let me go down to the report again. You say what? The African Union has purchased 400 million doses of the J&J vaccine, which Masiwaya said will be distributed across the continent between now and September 22. African Union, no, 400 million for you distributed across the nation. That's very what is happening. He said the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is highly valued in Africa because of what? Because of each single dose vaccination, style and flexibility in storage. That is, what does it mean? You don't need all this graded first dose, second dose, third dose. This one is one shot, they clear you. So even in Nigeria, when they are telling you first shot, second shot, all those ones are nonsense. The first shot, they use it and finish you. So people should stay on the doses that they have already taken so that we can look for recovery. So you find it out, even in their own, why it is graduated, but our own is what? One single dose and they wipe you out. That is exactly what they intended for Africa. What they intended for Africa. You see, that's it. Let's quickly rush through some of the headlines. You say, WHO team investigating COVID-19 origin. Denied entry into China. Look at it, they are still investigating it. You see it, Army provides free medical treatment to 800 Akwa children. This is Vanguard November 4, 20 this thing. Look at it, Army providing medical treatment. That's how they are cleaning our people. Federal government to begin registration of Nigerians for COVID-19 vaccination. You see it, gets 1.6 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccine from MTN India. This is Business Day newspaper, February 16, 2021. COVID-19, Abia to vaccinate 40% of residents by end of 2021. You people better don't mind those useless idiots that they call governors of the Southeast. They are going to destroy all of you and kill all of you. Federal government to begin registration of Nigerians for COVID-19 vaccination. All this. I've told you before, I defined the COVID for you. I said what? COVID-19 vaccine is a substance injected into a host body to stimulate the production of antibodies that gradually but steadily destroys the natural immunity of the host body to do what? To resist it, with inherent ability to modify the various predictive program variants that leads to further injections until DNA of the host body is finally altered to achieve their program intention that led to the creation of the virus, apart from the causative agent of SARS-CoV created in 2003, SARS-CoV-2 created in 2003 by American scientists, later modified by American and Chinese scientists at Wuhan lab in China. That is my own definition of the COVID. To do what? They are perverts. They cannot create. What they do is to perform the work of God. So they want to do what? They want to control the world. After this is what they want. What they want to do: create a new world, with few humans and plenty robots. That's exactly what they want to do. A world like this. That's what they want to do. That's what they are targeting. That's the new world they want to create for you by perverting the work of God and create the human beings that they can control. That is what they are angling for. And these are all key, to their so-called climate change. Go and look at all the appointees they made, all their representatives in climate change related issues. You see that they are what? They are all humbies like them, human beings who are carrying out the agenda. So the same way they are writing or reprogramming God's creation in human DNA, the same way they are doing what? Rewriting my word that God sent me to do, as we can see from the following, events. Let me play you some video, especially from the last edition that was published. That is part 15 that was published. Let me bring some part of events that happened to actually do what to use to buttress my point. They are the same forces that are controlling America. That is what they are doing all over the world. That's what they are doing with all my words, writing it with all these platforms that are providing it, with Nigerian DSS and all that. That is exactly what they are doing. I told you the work of devil is to do what? Blocking God. They are blocking me and pushing me out. Any prophecy we throw here, bam. You see it, even my videos, they block it. It doesn't circulate anywhere. All these things we are making here. I make comments in my own platform, they remove it. That's what they do. Even this last one that I published, on the first day it was published, more than it went to 900 and something. up to that time, they just block it. That is what they are doing. So let me show you let me bring some of the events, let me play some parts of the last public video. Then I will use some part of that last public video to portray the part of what I am showing you, so that the world can exactly see what they are confronted with, this renowned intellectual negative forces that we are dealing with. Then we'll come back to the issue of Americans and their final onslaught on Biafrans before I offer the solutions to how we are going to escape from all these things. Very important, we listen carefully to some of this extract from the past edition that I'm going to play for you to bring out a very important point, and it's very, very important that you go to listen to that last edition again. Before I was doing live with BVI, but they made it impossible for us to do live. You see it on live, they'll be turning our cameras and doing all sorts of things that made it impossible for us to be doing live, before I reverted to recording and sending, because that's the only way out, I have to pass my messages through. That is exactly what happened, because the next edition I'm going to do is going to be on the extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu and all that. That will be the next edition that I'm going to do, so that I'll open the eyes of the people so that they will see exactly what we are doing. So look at this, listen to this, so that you can see what the deep tentacle and the intellectual ability of the forces that we are dealing with. Listen very carefully. It's from the last edition. Let me play some of those things, some of those recordings for you to follow carefully so that you understand what I'm saying.
Then those in abroad, more than 70% of us here abroad do. You never make it back again to the fire forever. And our children will be gone alone forever. It is only the situation. So this is not a message that you are going to use to play, because I am going to show you the event that I'm going to show you exactly what awaits us, the event that confronts us, so that we can be confronted with the stark reality, the present situation that we are facing. Whether we like it or not, let me just tell you, the issue of the Biafra restoration, is no longer about crossing the Rubicon or crossing the equator. We have the Biafra restoration have crossed the Taman line. Nothing brings it back. And the only salvation we have is Biafra. Let me tell you, there's nothing without Biafra restoration, you are finished. Because to start with, your leaders are already carnivorous. Without Biafra, they are going to eat you alive. Most of you, how are you going to pay your future rents? The allowance and all that. You say your children to them. So Biafra is the only, without Biafra, like we that are here, we already programmed to die here. That is exactly the same thing. So I'm going to show you how this thing is being plotted. So everybody will do what? Have to listen very carefully and think very so that no suggestions on the way of escape, we are going to basically do what can do and be able to escape from this present reality that confronts us today.
Continue to listen. That is me, that is myself on the last edition that was just published. Continue to listen.
The population of the Igbos, as a singularity group in Nigeria, is between 53 to 55 million. They are the largest, the most populous ethnic group in Nigeria. That is the true population of the Igbos in Nigeria. So what I'm actually telling you is that if you follow the suggestion that I'm going to give, because I told you Biafra is coming this year, and I am going to give you a blueprint that will get you Biafra. Remember, the journey of Israelites to the promised land was supposed to be 40 days. 40 days turned into 40 years because of their word, because of their unbelief and strong-headedness. That is exactly what happened. I'm going to give you a blueprint that will give you Biafra in the next 40 days. That is my mission. I'm going to give you the solution that will lead to it. Once and for all. If you miss it in the 40 days, they are gone and gone forever. You can never. They took the Israelite 40 days, but their own is, you can never come back to that land. You will be extinguished. So the suggestion I'm going to give you will involve the death of at least not less than 10 million Biafrans. Between 10 million Biafrans, you can take it. But if you don't take what I'm telling you, more than 35 million Biafrans will be wiped out. I'm telling you, not today's date. So I'm telling you, any day this thing is published, just go and write that date. And there state of mind. It's not a joke. I'm going to show you exactly how this plot is going to be carried out so that you see by yourself. What is planned for you never happened anywhere since this plot began in the annals of humanity, of man's humanity to man. It has never happened. It is planned against you. So you have to take it very, very serious. This is not a time to joke. They have plotted to do what? They have plotted to do what? Completely destroy you. So let me just assume, I'm talking of particularly Biafra land as of now. So let me just assume all of us, let us assume that we are living on borrowed time. For those of you who are living in diaspora, I will give one suggestion too. Go and call your relatives you have in Nigeria. It is a video call, you call them. Just as if you are seeing them for the last time, discuss with them whatever you want to do for them, you do it now. Because chances is that you may not be able to see them again. That is what I'm telling you. If you fail to do what I'm telling you, if you fail to
You need to listen. I'm leading you somewhere.
I'm plotting to wipe out of the surface of this earth. As I'm going to show you, I've been showing you, I've been reading the plot that they plotted in 2016 against an innocent race. That is the plot that they are executing today with the same exactitude. Man's humanity to man. I told you that as this country is burning, the country Nigeria, is doing what? Is going down finally from the destruction of the earth force. Finally, local people covered again. As I'm telling you, I've told you before that the British historian, Sir John Robert Steele, he said that history is not politics and politics present history. So as I told you before, I want to regret it, that I want to do what? Prophetize their brain. So that you will do what? You will come out, you will break that endless cycle, of elliptical repeating of history, so that you stop repeating itself down the annals of humanity to elevate you to the realm of analytical thinking, into a higher man that will conform gradually to the image that will bring you to the image of God. I've told you that.
I'm giving you random clipping from the last edition.
The operation is going to start. I don't know when this publication will come out. It may take a long while, but from my calculation, the attack will start from middle of September. They will start from middle of September onwards. In a flash, they start to kill people. This is their plot. When all these commanders of Boko Haram, when people are killed massively, their dead bodies will not even see them because they will take them. Anyone they are killing, they will take them. The organs, already their ships are back in the Gulf. They will carry out the dead bodies, they go away in the Gulf, go and harvest their organs in all these foreign countries. Then you see all these people that took in, from all over the place, both these ones that came during election and all over the place. All of them will now come into Biafra. And what they are doing now, they are killing Biafra. These people have already been rehearsing how to be like Igbos, dressing like Igbos. They will be taking up the homes of Igbos. That is what they plot to do. They will be taking up every home of Igbos. You won't even discover that, like the 7 cow, plain cow that swallowed the fat one. You won't even discover that Igbos are missing because they will be swallowed. These people will swallow all of them. Bam, 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 like Igbos. Yet these commanders of Boko Haram, all these things they are using to fight here, they will create them all over the place. That is what they are going to do. You understand me? So the Igbos will be swallowed, will be consumed by these forces. Then what will happen? The United Nations will come and say they want to do the bandit for you. And when they go, the result will be what? Go home with one Nigeria. That is exactly what they plotted to do. And once they do that, what are they going to do? They are not going to do a coup. So not no Igbo man, any Igbo man that participates in any coup, we are going to erase their family. When they do the coup, they will keep Buhari and all that, and they call Nigeria to make it. Possibly they can even call an Igbo man to become the president of Nigeria. So they will bring in a candidate of Igbo origin and who will be a nationalist, who will accept wherever you are, stay there, you are there, who will answer their tune. That is what they are going to do. Then all the killings and everything, that is why United Nations, all of them keep quiet. They want the killing to go. All these things in Nandekala, they are preparing it for the International Criminal Court. That is where everything is going. All these things that are doing, that is National Criminal Court. When all these things happen, then they will pin all the whole debt of Buhari, which they will eliminate. Just like Bill Biden, this demonic government of Democrats that are responsible for what is happening now. That is the show that is going on in COVID-19 deaths. The COVID-19, that they want to use and eliminate the world, the population that they want to eliminate. That is what they are doing. So by the time they get the number, the quantum number of people they want to kill, they will blame everything on Biden, who will not even complete his standing. That is how they will eliminate Biden himself. You understand me? So that, talk a little bit about the population with COVID-19, then we conclude about this thing. So the Anambra election, I'm going to show you, the Anambra election will go ahead. I will tell you how we are going to do the Anambra election. But before then, we are going to remove focus of them. I'm going to show you how we are going to remove focus of them. That is no problem. With the Anambra election states. So let's talk a little bit about the COVID-19.
Now, the same prophecy that I made and other, you will see how Apple operates. All this, all this tentacle of these deep forces we operate in, all this CIA and others. They groom all these charlatans, give them rising visibility to do what? To derail Biafrans from listening to what I'm saying. They create a lot of, all of them, just to do what? To simulate, they will simulate exactly what we are doing and remove you from it. Every solution you bring, they destroy it. They bring it, they carry it, and they destroy it through all these charlatans they are grooming and others, Simon Ekpa and all of them. The same prophet, I will show you how another prophet, the so-called ego prophet, appropriated it in the same exactitude and changed everything just to do what? Just to deceive the Biafran. So we have to clear all these ambiguities before we start to talk about solution to our problem. If not, we are finished. Let me replay the same prophecy I've had it. Go and just listen to this particular edition, this last edition, then compare it what I'm going to show you now. You had it very clear when I said that the incumbent president of America, Biden, will not complete his tenure and all that, That publication of Biafra, the Mortal Kombat and Final Showdown, Part 15, was published on September 8, 2021. That is a day before Buhari traveled to Imo State. Very, very important. Now, listen to the one of the so-called ego prophets. His own publication is what? He says it's ego prophet. Go and look for that one. He says what? Prophecy for United States of America and Nigeria by the ego prophet. It was published on September 13, 2021. September 13. I want you to know that particular date. Then I'm pointing out to something. Now hear him. Let me show you here exactly what he's saying. Listen very, very carefully, I will not be showing too much of his picture so that the voice can come out very, very clear. This video was published on the 13th of September. I want you to listen and see the quote, the date he will quote there. And when you are seeing the date he will quote there, then check the prophecy. And you will understand why he quoted that date. Just listen very, very well. Remember, he is the ego prophet of Nnamdi Kanu-led IPOB. The Leviathan house of fraud that is, quickly unraveling presently. This is the vintage modus operandi of Nnamdi Kanu, the whole of the entire IPOB. And, all their what? All these, spies that they sent everywhere. That is exactly how they operate. Just listen, I will not be showing so much of his picture so that his voice will come out very, very clear. Hear him.
America has failed
Did you hear the date he quoted? Pay close attention and hear the date again. Very, very important.
Did you hear the date he quoted? Pay very close attention and hear the date again.
Today, they say that Donald Trump is not going to rule them. That was the day America failed. Today's date is 28th of January 2021. I repeat, today's date is 28th of January 2021.
Did you hear the date he quoted? 28th of January 2021. Meanwhile, he published it on 13th of September 2021. Doing what? Backdating it by 9 months. 9 months back. And that is for a purpose. Listen to him and hear. You see the reason why he's doing what he's doing.
You see it? He said that today's date is 28th of January.
That's my
28th
voice.
of January 2021. Remember, 28th of January 2021. Meanwhile, he posted this video on 13th of September 2021. So what did he do? He backdated this particular thing, and that was for a purpose. Now, here the rest of his prophecy that he's saying God gave him.
Say that Donald Trump is not going to rule them. That was the day America failed. Today's date is 28th of January 2021. I repeat, today's date is 28th of January 2021. America failed because they removed a man called Donald Trump on the seat. Now get this clear. The Lord showed me that Donald Trump is coming again in America. America is going to cry. The economy is going to go down. Hear me clear. The economy of America will go down. The Lord said, I should never mention the name of a man sitting on the seat of America. Remember, my name is Eagle Prophet of the Nations. Whatever that will happen, I will give it on prophecy. The Lord said that I should tell the government of America that they should hurry and pay attention to this message that I am releasing today. I saw in the realm of the spirit, the person that is sitting on the seat of America now as a president is going to be removed between now to 1 year and 8 months. That man will be removed from his seat. 1 year and 8 months. The person that is sitting on the seat of America will be removed from his seat. Remember, when I said that they are going to accuse Donald Trump, it come to pass. When I give a prophecy this year that there will be fire in different places in Nigeria, all my prophecies, I think you are following me online, you see that all my prophecies, all of them have come to pass. Prophecy is not I see, I saw. It is when you speak and it come to pass. It's a gift from my mother's womb. Get this message and share this to others. I am seeing where America is debating. Will them give the seats to a woman, or will they call Donald Trump back to be the president of America? Hear me clear. The Bible said that there is a man called Elijah and there is a man called Elisha. When Elijah went to go, he fly and he gave double portion to Elisha. And when Elisha died, the Bible said that under the grave they went to bury a man, and the bone of Elisha don't touch somebody that is dead, and the man wake up from death, and the man rise up again. Get this clear, and the man receive life. That is how America is going now to remember about Trump, and they will call Trump back. Get this clear. I saw in the realm of the spirit when I gave the prophecy last year, December 2020. I said that Trump will be the president of America, and the Lord said that his name is called Fourth Man. God is a fourth man, not a man. The fourth man comes when all hope is gone. What is the meaning of fourth man? Fourth man is Almighty God that comes when all hope is lost. Don't misunderstand me or misinterpret me that I call Nigeria failure or I call your country a dead country. Don't misunderstand me or interpret it in the wrong way. Hear me clear. Your pastor, your reverend father, your priest, your far, your native doctor cannot make Nigeria good anymore. God have abandoned Nigeria. That is how your sin will reach. God will abandon you. Nigeria is a killer country.
Did you hear him very clearly? That what? That Biden, from now to, that Biden in 1 year, 8 months, that they will remove him. He will not complete his term. So when you put the time that Biden have already done, and this year goes from, you add 1 year and 8 months from next year, is it not the completion of his term? You see how he appropriated the prophecy that I gave that Biden will not finish his tenure. You see how he cornered it. And he was talking jargon about Trump, that the only thing that will save America is for Trump to come back and all that. Did you listen to it? So that was why he cleverly backdated it. So now, you know, maybe in a little while now, YouTube will start to be showing that in 1 year ago, you know, something like that. And then when that thing happens, he will now tell you, he said it. He will play this tape and you will hear the date. He has done what? He has swallowed my prophecy. Anybody that talk, they will say, he said it before you, a long time before you. Look at it, 9 months ago. Have you seen it? My own, I published it on the 8th. Look at his own, he published it on the 13th. But he backdated it 9 months ago, just to do what? To swallow that prophecy. Just listen again and see. Again.
That enough is enough. It is better that we Christians join hands together and pray. Hear me clear. The name of my church is called Grace and Life Ministries International Eagle City. All my sons and daughters all over the world that is following me, they know that whatever that will happen, I will give it on prophecy. I am suing American government. The glory they have gone to Biafra government. Biafra is going to be restored. This year, 2021, if you like, take it. If you don't like, leave it. Enough is enough. I'm not suing election in 2023. I am not suing election in Nigeria in 2023. If you're a governor from Southeast or from South, you people should not spend your money in contesting election in 2023. There is no election in 2023. Make up your mind and gather down, have a meeting together and plan how Biafra can be established. Biafra is the hope of the whole world. It's only the government that will save the whole world. It's called United States of Biafra. I saw it clear and nothing will stop Biafra not to be established. Wherever you are hearing me from, share this prophecy to others. And God said that I should tell the government of the United States of America that they should do something on this message. I am seeing the economy going down now. America is going to cry if they did not hurry to call President Donald Trump back. They will cry the way Nigeria is crying now. Look at how Nigeria bring a dead man to sit and remove.
You see where he claimed even my prophecy that I said that Biafra is going to be restored this year. Go through all my past messages, as impossible as it appears. I've always told people that this America you see is going to split, that America is going to divide. We are asset. You see, I'm not actually worried about this, all these things, but you know why I'm worried? Because there is a message attached to the prophecy that I make. There's a message that's attached for it, because what they don't know is this: there's a cardiographer that measures the heartbeat of this particular word. That is the point, the time angel. And what they count down to the event of the last ages, like the train light. It is already flashing yellow light, because time is no more. And that is the sense of my message: to prepare the people of God for the countdown to the event of the last ages. That is what they don't know, but they just carry all these things, criminalize it, IPOP, and that is what IPOP have been doing to shift all the focus of the people from the real message that have been extended to the people. That is what they don't know. There is a message, there is a cardiographer. I am the time angel, and that is what I'm saying. The journey of the Israelites is supposed to be 40 days, but because of the unbelief, it cost them 40 years. I am going to, in this particular edition, I'm going to articulate a blueprint that will get Biafrans out of this mess, this year, possibly, and it will be very clear to everybody that they are going, but if they choose not to practicalize what I tell them, then it's up to them. Just like Israelites that have an option of 40 days and 40 years, and they choose 40 years, but that of Biafrans is that there will be they can't have that chance. It is eternal loss. Why am I conscious that Biafra will come? I'm conscious that Biafra will come because what? Biafra is the heartbeat of the whole world. Biafra is the heartbeat of God. Biafra is the last miracle that will prove that Jesus is God. That was what Nnamdi Kanu stole and cut it off, and start to talk Biafra is the last miracle. It's the last miracle that will prove that Jesus is God. Because Biafra land is where the umbilical cord of God was buried. God became God in Biafra land. Without Biafra land, there's nothing like God. God went out in the Old Testament with the Israelites as a spirit and come back to Biafra land and assume a flesh in the name of Jesus. That was what happened. I'm still coming to tell you how Jesus became God. So my vintage message is a religious message, not even beyond the issue of restoration of Biafra per se. Let me read a sample of the book I wrote in 1998 that was published in early 1999 for you to understand exactly what I'm saying. Let me just put a little bit of it. This book is just the last Bible of the age. There's nothing that is happening in this world beyond the restoration of Biafra that is not here. Look at it. Let me just quote. Listen very briefly. He said, I am telling you by the spirit of prophecy today that one of the significance of Abiola's death is a foreshadow that money will soon become worthless, both locally and internationally. And very soon, cartons of billions of dollars and other currencies will be thrown out on the street of Nigeria. And the mighty man of today shall beg the poor people to take and have whatever they want, thereby fulfilling the prophecy of Isaiah 31:7. For on that day every man shall cast away his idol of gold, which your own hands have made unto you for a sin. I have already beheld it. This is what? Futuristic prophecy. Futuristic prophecies. God, just watch out and see. When was the book written? 1998. Reviewed by what? Reviewed by the Vanguard newspaper and a lot of other newspapers reviewed it. Still continuing. I've already beheld it. Rods falling from above. The mighty shall mount the podium and beg the poor to forgive them. An American president and the Nigerian head of state shall mount the podium and beg the people of this nation to forgive them. But on that glorious day, there shall be everlasting joy on the faces of the oppressed. As they will rise in unison and tell the mighty it is too late, as they will be singing Hosanna, because their king is coming. That day the heart of the mighty shall fail him. The fear of the wicked shall come upon him, but the desire of the righteous shall be granted. As the wild wind passes, so is the wicked no more, but the righteous is an everlasting foundation. As vineyard to the teeth and as smoke to the eyes, so is the sluggard to them that send him. The fear of the Lord be prolonged day, but the years of the wicked shall be shortened. What is happening in Nigeria is a preview or a foreshadow of what awaits the world, a foreshadow of events moving around the world. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth, for the devil has come to live with them, knowing that he has but a short while. That prophecy is for the people of our time, and Nigeria is the time clock. That is the main thing. Nigeria is the time clock for the beginning of the devil's time being short. From the time of this exposure to the time it will take Nigerians to kick out the devil from the stronghold will mark the beginning of Satan's time being short. And if they can't kick the devil out, then how long it took Lucifer to exhaust Nigerians will mark the beginning of his. See, then how long it took Lucifer to exhaust Nigerians will mark the beginning of his time being short, which will force him to go global. That is Antichrist as a reason of his appetite. And that is the main fear, the main problem Biafrans are facing today. There is no alternative for Biafra. The alternative to Biafra for them is death, complete wipeout. That is exactly what they are facing. And that is what is behind this particular plot. You know, going back, so Nigeria is what is the time clock. Why what? Let me tell you, let me just go, you know. He said, Israel is only a sign for the Third World War leading to the second coming of the Lord Jesus Christ during the Armageddon War, when all eyes shall see him during the Armageddon War. On that day, Satan shall cease to be the king of this world and the prince of the air, because he will lose his power to him who owns it all, which is why there is an upsurge in satanic activities in every way to harm and prevent the elect of God from going home. Have you seen it? Therefore the redeemed of the Lord shall return, and come with singing unto Zion. Everlasting joy shall be there upon our head. That is exactly the main reason I told you the work of Satan in heaven was to cover God. That is what you see all these criminals, Nnamdi Kanu, Ego Prophet, Master Prophet, or Master Prophet, and all these criminals. They are doing what? And they are white masters. They are trying to push you away from the message of God. You know? prepare the Biafrans to be captured, like a trap rat without a whimper. Carry us like this and give to them to be slaughtered. That is what they are doing. But today, that their power is broken in the name of Jesus. And I want my people to have one assurance why these people are afraid of us. We are the generation that will kill the giant. If we are not capable, God will not put us in this generation. So I am conscious because I have told you, Biafra is the umbilical cord of God. So don't be afraid. We are going to do what I'm going to do in this particular edition, not another one, looking for us to go out, and it's going to be a continuous thing. So we go back now. Let me see all this Trump they are blumbering about. Trump. It's my enemies I used to validate my prophecies. Before I came to America, go and look when this book was published, when I wrote this my magazine, John Kerry's speech. A friend took me to, before I came to America, that was in 2016, a friend took me to the house of later Tonga, that time in Enugu. We went to give him, gave me a complimentary copy of the magazine because his work was there. I mentioned him. You understand me? When I got to his house, the man that was there with him was the secretary of the kingdom where they say the Igbos came from. You understand me? The topical issue that time was this American election, and I told the secretary of that thing the Igbos claim is where they originated, it's not where the Igbos came from. You understand me? It was a heated argument somehow, but the most predominant argument that time was this election of American election. And it became a topical issue, with the later Tonga and all that. They say it's a done deal. Hillary Clinton is going to win. I told them nothing in this world will make Hillary Clinton win this election. Nothing will make Hillary Clinton, that Trump is going to win that election. On the eve of the election, call Uchemo forward, let him play back Radio Biafra. I call Radio Biafra on the eve of this election, and I told them that to know that I'm a prophet of God, that nothing in this world will make Trump to win, will make Hillary Clinton to win this election. That even if Hillary Clinton wins this election, that nothing will make her to become the president of America in this world. That if it happens, let him come a bastard and know that I'm not a prophet of God. Tell Uchemofo to play the clip of their message on the eve of this election. It's not a bragging thing. What is the big deal about Trump? God only used him to stop that. Trump is the greatest terrorist on earth today. As we shall see, we go back to all these things they're talking about Trump. I was the one who saved him from Russia probe. So let me show you some. So let me bring up some of the atrocities of Trump, and the American government, because they will be held responsible for what is happening. We are not. It's not the Fulanis that we are fighting. The enemy we are fighting is the white race. They are the people, the Americans, France, and Britain, and all that. They are the main culprits. They are the people behind this particular thing. If I had not, if that last part had not come about now, they would have slaughtered all of us. As I will clearly show you what they had intended to do by the Buhari's visit to Imo State, because that was where they wanted to assassinate him. In that, in that borehole he went to commission and all that. We are going to come to that. So I will show you some of the atrocities of this Trump they are talking. And when I show you, then we come to the solution of how we are going to extricate ourselves from this problem. So the Americans should be held responsible. You understand me? Under covert enemies they are using is the Yorubas. And when people come, and the Carlos says it's in alliance with, tell me your friends and I will tell you whom you are. Go and look at all his friends. Femi Fanikayo, the Sowore, and all those Aya Debanjo and Akin Tuji. And go and look at them. When I stood in opposition, I mounted a virulent opposition, criticism of the Yorubas, against any alliance with the Yorubas. The so-called APOP members, led by their criminal leader, Nnamdi Kanu, all of them, they stood against me. They said they have a blood alliance with the so-called Yorubas. Now look at the so-called Fanikayo there. You know why he joined APC at this time? Because he thought that his job is complete, that the Biafrans are completely conquered. His mission complete. His mission of sabotage and treachery completed. You have to cross over for a thank you, welcome my son for the job well done from the so-called Buhari. That's what he did. But he never knew that the journey for Biafra is only starting. Forget about Nnamdi Kanu, he's a traitor. I told you, look at it, the Yorubas. That's the crook way that we never move when the hunt or the chase for your life is on. You enter a car, you want to get away, in a fast way. and run away, start your car, look at it, the Yoruba way will be flat. And you are what? And you are caught. That's exactly what is happening. So the Americans, have, I've always said it, what? On 18 indisputable argument and what? Legal documentations, evidences of the atrocities of the leaders of Nigeria themselves and their what? And their foreign collaborators by forcing the monk to dance naked in the marketplace. That is one major preventive action. My ways of, of getting Biafra. And that is what I've been working. So what is it? The Americans should be exposing them. Exposing them. That is exactly what we are doing. So before I still go on to the Americans, there's a voice message I want to play because a lot of Biafrans don't know what they are confronted with. When they look at the issue of Biafra, they think it's an easy deal. They don't know. I've always told them that Biafra is what? Biafra restoration is the deepest of all the whole deep waters in this world. But they don't know. They think it's a 100-meter dash. You understand me? They don't know it's a marathon race. They think it is. Look at it. The road is very, very hot. The toughest as it is. Let me play one voice message again, for you before we go on to case atrocities of the American government. Look at this man very well and hear him.
Those idiots, they have broadcast Iberibe. They have betrayed Nandekano. They have subjected the family of Nandekano. Yawuno wona mpotara 3 months ago. All the people are doing Nandekano Gabushia. Because what those idiots name broadcast Iberibe. In fact, the most honorable man among them Bunani Ikenga. In fact, although this idiots name broadcast Uchimefo is better than them. Because Yawuno Uchimefo, he has betrayed. And he's betrayed face. Because it's idiots. Biafran, this TV, Biafran Iberibe, Mazeke TV, Nreke TV, KK TV. 3 days in Nandekano Grana prison. Hey, Rumune, what I have worn 3 days. This idiot, never will share on Nigeria. Otalente. Before is better than them. Because Yawuno before he has betrayed. And he's betrayed face. Because it's idiots. Biafran, this TV, Biafran Iberibe, Mazeke TV, Nreke TV, KK TV. 3 days in Nandekano Grana prison. Hey, Rumune, what I have worn 3 days. This idiot, never will share on Nigeria. Otalente. Anyway, somebody said there fabrication. I see. Yeah, what? Internet. What ITOP? I am the most powerful man in this estate. Into my private jet. I'm a wire in 1 year. Don't let any way ban. Jesus. Oh, I have repented. Jesus is the Son of God. No need a Gabarabia. Because no one did believe. No one does. Then I will buy private jets. Or one, not too much in me. Man of God. Darlington must be fired. Darlington must be fired. If Darlington is not fired, then I don't know who is making decisions. that. For not letting me down. I'm Buramuma Nandekano. Python times. And when I hear that, we're gonna my page, Gaga down. You got date and time. Nandekana, Kulanaka, Buhari Gebuki, 2017. 2018, Nandekana, Kulanaka, Buhari Gebuki, 2018, 16, 24th, 2018. Jen at this place, show the date and time, you can hold the video. In 2017, April Mama, that Nigeria take our enemy 1 month, 2 months to the Python dance. Yamana that day today, that back, you can hear the original, not about one, but this so-called prophets everywhere in the believer. Divine Mother always say, say Buhari na that England Yamata okay squeeze in the Kano Ga 2 months today 4 years ago 3 years ago they got whole original they declared me but that time they people be like Biafra Bella on your must know that is a problem as a machine in-law is supposed to be called I'm independent. My women-in-law, I'm independent. I say no, depending now. You don't know a good prophet. Okay, I say, hey, Biafra Bella. No. Akacha. Mama says there is a plan to arrest or kidnap Nnamdi Kanu. If that plan comes to pass, there will be a lot of blood. 3 weeks later, it came to pass Python dance. 1 week before the Python dance, April Mama is shooting dream. 1 week or 2 weeks before the Python dance, down on my YouTube or Facebook page, check here is evidence, date and time, original video, voice recording, everything is intact. Nnamdi Kanu ahụma na agbara egbe gbaka nta because ọ gọ nwaanyị na ọ gọ nwoke dị ndụ at that time. Ajọ mepụtasị na ndị ahụ ikpere na afọrịkwa ibe because the Queen of Heaven na-ekamenti every time ọ na-watch my prophecies. She has prophesied. Na-eto that thing. Ajọ mesi na agbatara egbe n'ụlọ ha na ndị mmadụ nwụrụ. If you watch your shooting dream, that one that the prophet was speaking. I said, Mishono, you won't get Mishono. No, they say this idiot who in-law, he's not supposed to be shooting. Can you talk to your in-laws? Social media. 1 week later, it came to pass. Darlington was not in the premises during the Python dance. Darlington was kicked out because of his fraudulent activities. Darlington is going around saying during the battle he was kicked out because of his criminal activities. He was kicked out by Nnamdi Kanu. My prophecy came to pass. In that shooting dream, I said, Chineke Biko, and the leader of indigenous people of Biafra, may I use the word of escape. Even though I had a stubborn that they wouldn't listen to my prophecies, but I created a way to escape because I was in law. I am in law, and the Queen of Heaven has confidence in me. It came to pass. He was fed. You can't be that. I don't need your approval. I don't need it. You don't need to approve me. My prophecies is not for you or for the next 1 to 3 or 4 or 5,000 years to come. nsọ ndị Igbo ọnwụ akwụkwọ iberibe onye gbasara so dị like ya ị ga-ahụ ọgụ transfọma ga-ahụ ọgụ Chineke agbala m ya otu ọ ga-adị. Today 3 months ago approximately Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was arrested or kidnapped, which they call extraordinary rendition. Ihe m na-achọ ime was Legonye betrayed Nnamdi Kanu. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Believe me, I am pushed because of voice recording, bank statements. I am pushed. But because I'm a man of integrity, I don't go tomorrow or that my integrity I don't want that. That's why I'm holding myself. The voice recording and the document I have, I would have tell you the only real land the town. It might not be 100%, it might be 60%. But I don't want to do that. I want to be 100% sure that I'm not only ready to leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. And I don't want to waste my time. I don't want that. Tell me that time. I want a lot of presence change use my energy for. Over. I don't have prayer room. The problem no. I'm annoying. I was in the prayer room. They had to tell me, even prophet of the nation, and I answered yes. Now in the believe. And the many are my people. That's why I destroy IPOB. Because I like rubbish. One idiot can say, call sons. This idiot, or a man saying the Kano, and I go prophet. See, I call sons. Like before I go to sons, like Biafra. By that time, he has been working with Nelly Ofebu. I heard one girl, which I don't want to call her name. I don't want to mention her name. People are coming out now, saying that they were bribed, they were prepped, they were led into declaring that calendar really 1 year. That's the Caroline, the same age to my daughter.
This man said his name is Master Prophet. You know, this is the video he made. He said Darlington should be fired. That's what he said. See all the claims he made there? See all the claims he made there? How he saved Nnamdi Kanu and his parents from the Python dance. He prayed to his God and he asked his God to make a way of escape for them and all that, you know. Claims he cannot substantiate. You see how he said that it was the ego prophet, the so-called ego prophet, who told Nnamdi Kanu to read Psalms, you know, from the beginning to the end, so that by the time Nnamdi Kanu will read the Psalm from beginning to the end, the year would have ended. So if Biafra come, as I say, by the end of the year, they will claim it's the Psalm they are reading. That is the implication of what they are doing. You know, he was talking about Nnamdi Kanu. He cannot tell you what will happen to Nnamdi Kanu. You see how he put it, ambivalence, you know. I told Nnamdi Kanu, if you go to Nigeria, Buhari will. That is how they made their false prophecies. But when something happens, either way, he will claim that he made the prophecy. He will tell you, I told my wife, so time. That's how they make their own prophecy. I don't make ambiguous prophecies, and I don't write in the present. All my writings are in the future. Far in the future. That is what I write. He claimed he doesn't know who betrayed Nnamdi Kanu and all that, you know. This, that, Kalonta, they claim and all that. You see it, he told you that IPOB have already divided. And these are people who claim that they are getting Biafra for you. He doesn't know who betrayed, he doesn't know why Nnamdi Kanu went to Kenya. I will tell you the people who betrayed Nnamdi Kanu. I will tell you exactly why he went to where he went. Look at all the unsubstantiated claims Nothing that he can do. And when you look at them, you think these are very simple things. I know people will tell you, my brother, you criticize others, you do this, you do this. Face your own, leave others. You know, people will now come and they'll be talking about, come and join us, come and join us, come and join. Later, let us unite. Forget about the fact. It's only the Igbos who don't know how to take care of their own. Other people don't criticize their own. You know, don't join. I swore before, you know, that was even last year, and tell you that even now the Carol-led airport is able to get Biafra. Let me be hung at the gate of Biafra. I said it last year. I don't make ambiguous, I don't make ambiguous, you know, ambivalence. I tell you straight out what is really going to happen. Come and join what? Whom are you going to join? Whom are you joining? Airport of Nnamdi. You see, since you came out of this world, have you seen the type of disgrace the Igbos are facing today? Because of what? Activities of a criminal organization. Have you seen this thing before? Look at this thing. You say what? The forest was shrinking, you know, but the trees kept voting for the ass because its handle was wooden and they thought it was one of them. You know? The forest was shrinking. They kept on voting for the axe. Because when you look at the axe, you know, it have a wooden handle. So they thought it's one of them. When you look at these people, you think you're looking at, because apart from whatever I'm doing, my calling is a religious calling. That tells us what? That tells us to 1 John 4, chapter 4, 1 to 6. And I'm going to read it very quickly. It said, Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of God. Because many false prophets are gone into the world. Hereby you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit that confesses not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And this is that spirit of Antichrist, whereof you have heard that he should come, and even now already is in the world. You are of God, little children, and have overcome them, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. That is why we are going to win this war. They are of the world, therefore speak they of the world, and the world heareth them. We are of God, he that knoweth God heareth us. He that is not of God heareth not us. Hereby know we the spirit of truth and the spirit of error. This is what? This is 1 John chapter 4 from verse 1 to 6. These are the spirits, those spirits, you know, that the Bible is talking about. These are people we are seeing, you know. How liars create the illusion of truth. That is it. Repetition makes a fact seem more true, regardless of whether it is or not. This is what the Nazi propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, that is Germany. Remember the Hitler big lie theory, make it large and continue to repeat it. Then people will do what? People will buy it as truth. This man you are looking at, this man that is said is master prophet, when you look at them, you think they are mounting gibberish, incoherent nonsense. These are super intellectual negative forces. This man, these are highly super sonic intellectual forces. You don't, if you direct them at your own, you direct them at your own demise. See this man, Nnamdi Kanu, these are capable evil schemers. They have already conquered and destroyed us. Our Biafrans don't even know exactly how far we have gone down. 95% we already gone and conquered. It will really take the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ to save us. And they have refused to recognize how our Lord Jesus Christ has been doing great works through me, using me to save them on several occasions. Up till now, they don't want to recognize the fact that Jesus has been very active in saving them. You see how I refer the Bible as that useless book, that Akukwe Beribe. That's how, you know, impudent, very, you know, look at the confidence of people in, you know, arrogating the purpose of God to themselves. You understand me? Brutal, unrespectful confrontation with God. No fear of God. That is, these are the forces you are dealing with, supersonic, intellectual, negative forces. That is what they are dealing with. This man called the master prophet or whatever, or master prophet. I can't call him master prophet, the master prophet. This man is the most dangerous think tank in Namdekal village. You think they are quarreling? They are not quarreling. All they are quarreling is let everybody, let Nyanya keep the money she's keeping. Let this one keep the money. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. Don't worry about it. I will tell you, I will tell you. They are not quarreling. They want to maintain the status quo so that they do what? So that they will continue to deceive the Biafrans and destroy the Biafrans. I'm expecting an aggressive counter-reactionary thrust against me by these forces I'm mentioning. I know they will come after me. It doesn't really matter. Criticize me, on point, clearly on point. I accept it. Because we cannot get Biafra without going down what? We have to go down that rivers of truth. That rivers of truth is Biafra. And get what? And get the living water that when we taste that living water, when we drink that living water, we will taste no more. And get what? Get the renewed energy, the regeneration of our inner body, that will give us what? That grace of God that is sufficient for us to do what? To conquer and overcome the giants that we are meeting on this road to Biafra restoration, so that we can be able to destroy them, so that we can be able to do what? To wash our garments clean, to be worthy of what? Of that banquet dinner with our Lord Jesus Christ. No, Biafra will not come. So I will expect an aggressive counter-reactionary thought against me by them. Let it be untruth. We have to counterpunch each other to push out the weeds from the tars, so that the tars can do what? Can be burnt off, and the weeds can manifest the quality that God has given unto them, and do what? And restore Biafra to the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ. If not, whatever you are doing is rubbish. I said here, Nigerian, Biafran capital is going to be the Bakati Peninsula will be the Nigerian capital, will be the Biafran capital. What happened? That left because they ran quickly and they built an alliance with the Southern Caledonians. Not for progressive tendency to achieve any positive thing, but just to destroy whatever you are doing. What is it? I say that Biafra will be the last miracle that will prove that Jesus is God. Piam, he jump up. He's going to destroy Nigeria with the truth. This one, that one. Nigeria, Biafra will be the last miracle. I say Jesus is the truth, and we are going to get Biafra through the truth, the light and the way. We jump up. We destroy Nigeria with the truth. So anything you do, anything, there's nothing that you. I send them voice messages and told them that America will be the people. Once America will be the people that is incumbent upon our Biafrans in America to do what? To be the battle axe that will restore Biafra. They jump up and went to form town hall meetings and other. Look at all of them, criminals. That's what you do. You remember Moses, before Pharaoh. He threw his staff down. What happened? He turned into a serpent. The magicians of Pharaoh. Why did they not do a different thing? Because they are perverts, they are not creators. They did exactly what Moses did. They did exactly what Moses did. By doing what? Throwing their staff to become a serpent. You don't know. That's exactly what we are doing here. Anything you generate to save your people, bam, they destroy it. They twist it up and down and trash it. All of them, broadcasters, Jonathan, all of them, all those criminals, that all what? Binded to destroy their people. Now look at it. The first fund that was attacked was what? ESN fund that was, because ESN is non-existent. But yeah, that is the reason why Nigerian government is killing our people and doing all sorts of things and all that. So you must have to deal with these people. If you don't deal with this Hydra-headed Dracula that is called the Nnamdi Airport, that are not needed in the final restoration of Biafra. If you don't deal with them, if you don't destroy them, they will destroy us. That is it. I've been saying it and people don't believe me. So let me go down to bring in the Trump. Trump is claiming he created Trump and all that. Let me show you the face of Trump and the atrocities of the Americans. Then we go to give one of our, one advice or solution that we have. Any idea you bring to Serbia people, they hijack it as instructed by their CIA masters. That's what they do. And then they apply Joseph Goebbels' propaganda theory. Repetition of their part. Then they do what? They appropriate it and destroy it. And then their people are dying. That's exactly what they are doing. They have their daily megaphone, every day they are on air, trumpeting, All of them from A to Z. I'm going to reveal the secret of all of them. That's what they do. Simon Ekpa and all of that is their progression. That's what they do. Destroy our people. In the magazine I wrote in 2016, as I told you, the one we are using to interpret John Kerry's speech. If you go to page 34, I wrote as follows. I am trying to show you the pace of Americans and Trump. I wrote on page 34, I said, as of today, Buhari has received a lot of military hardware directly from the American government, including the following items as of the end of 2015 to early 2016, not including a lot more that came afterwards through the evil court sedulously maintained for Saudi Arabia. Anything you see Saudi Arabia is instigated by America. That's their secret headquarters that they used to bury all their atrocities in Saudi Arabia, so that you don't know that America is the one doing it. From Saudi Arabia. The items are what? Cayman trucks manufactured by the British-based BAE system. Mat Pro, Emo, Rap, mine-resistant, ambush protected, made by Navista Defense. Most of these armored tanks were deployed to the Niger Delta during the so-called election. They used the cover to move heavy armament down east. Others are in Cross River State, southeast, and all over Biafra land. It never saw war in the northeast, which they claim was the reason for the importation. The Navy and the police force have deployed hundreds of gunboats to the creeks of Niger Delta, with the Air Force deploying countless number of jets, after this, after that, and all sorts of heavy armaments that they have deployed in the Niger Delta area, waiting for the missile-carrying helicopters from Russia to do a quick dash while pretending as if they want to dialogue with the people of that area. All the whole military barracks in the former eastern region are openly and unabashedly decorated with very dangerous and menacing armored tanks by Buhari for the destruction of the people of the former eastern region. Sophisticated armored tanks that cannot even be used in fighting a fellow neighboring African country in a real warfare are deployed to fight and kill a people that are supposed to be co-citizens of Nigeria. These are armored tanks that cannot enter Sambisa Forest because of the rainy season, as the federal government claims, but can enter a thick rainforest in Niger Delta and southeastern region. The very act of killing one citizen and codenaming it as crocodile smile is the most wicked crafted humor ever displayed by a sick, demented, mad leader, dead or alive, anywhere in the world, which qualifies Buhari, a blockhead cow animal in human form, and his mad savage chief to be arrested, court-martialed, and shot immediately, passed through both the camp in Port Harcourt and the military barracks at Obinze, 34 Artillery Brigade in Imo State, and see the cruel display waiting, waiting for their missile-carrying helicopters for their jihad to do what? For their jihad to start. This was in 2016 that I wrote this. Let me go to another one. Still on the 2016 magazine, if you go to page 16, how they will root their military operation. Now, quoting John Kerry, the fact is that through the multi-national joint task force with help from the United States, France, and the United Kingdom, Nigeria and its neighbors are still degrading Boko Haram's capabilities. Their country has taken back most of the territory that the terrorists had once captured, and Cameroon, Niger, Chad, and Benin have made important contributions and enormous sacrifices in areas along Nigeria border. End of quote from John Kerry's speech. Then my interpretation is just the same old combination or alliance of international collaboration and their counterpart to defeat Biafra and totally capture them, using most of the trained jihadi soldiers from Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Benin, and so on and so forth for the speedy prosecution of the war in Biafra land. As the regular army, most certainly we have divided opinion even though most of the non-Christian soldiers would have been eliminated and totally incapacitated before the jihad will commence. This was in 2016, still going down. Finally, on this standard, armament will be supplied by America, Britain, France, and others, routed through France to Cameroon, Chad, Niger, Lagos, Ogun, through Benin Republic, direct into Nigeria on notice, since Biafra land in the far-flung northern states have been disemboweled from this area. States like Adamawa, very important to listen, states like Adamawa will receive heavy military hardware for the northern jihadists disguised as Nigerian soldiers. From Adamawa, for instance, they are already in Taraba State. In Seku Benue, others moved down to Cross River, Enugu, Ebonyi, automatically taken. From Cross River, Akwa Ibom, Abia is already in Seku. Heavy armament from Bonu, Yobe Aziz, they are already in Gombe. Plateau is in Seku. Cut off from Bauchi, Kaduna, Abuja is also in Seku. From Nigeria, Nasarawa, Kogi is already theirs. That share border with 9 states where River Niger and Benue meets as Navy is primed and set as Cross River and the Gulf of Guinea is cut off. From the southwestern flank, Edo and Delta is already theirs, as we recount the statement of the flag officer commanding the Central Naval Command, Rear Admiral Mohammed Gaba, reported on the Nation newspaper of Sunday, August 7, 2016. Rear Admiral Mohammed Gaba in Wari Delta State disclosed that, I'm quoting him, Defense Headquarters has raised the military alert level in the Niger Delta region, stressing that formation are on red alert. All of us are on red alert. And that is why you can see all the deployments all over. The Air Force, Navy, Police, and DSS, all of us are working together. There is no cause for alarm, because we have already taken all strategic places, he told the Nation newspaper. Then tell me what remained of Biafrans that have not been taken. This was in 2016, as I told you. Now they are replicating that. I told you that they are replicating that thing in the same exactitude. That's where the evidence. Now look at this. I've said this in some of my past messages, but I have to repeat it because of the urgency of today's condition of Biafrans and the determination of this so-called white priest to wipe us out. Now let me read one article for you, for the world. I hope the whole world is listening. It says 6 mine-resistant military vehicles intercepted at Nigeria-Cameroon border. This is Sahara Reporters of August 24, 2019. He said, no fewer than 6 mine-resistant military vehicles have been intercepted by a joint security operatives in Konko, a border community in Maila local government area of Adamawa State between Nigeria and Cameroon Republic. You see, when I mentioned Adamawa, that they will smuggle weapons through there and there are armaments. Okay. He said, it is not clear yet if the vehicles were existing or coming into the country when they were intercepted. A source in the Nigerian Customs Service who spoke with Sahara Reporters said, we have the 6 mine-resistant equipment at our office in Yola. Can you imagine? 6 mine-resistant equipment at our office in Yola. It was a joint operation involving our officers, the Department of State Services, Army, and others. Sahara Reporters learned that the Military High Command in Abuja had ordered an urgent investigation into the discovery. Now look at the follow-up story. The follow-up story is what? It says Custom hands over 6 American military vehicles. This is Vanguard of October 11, 2019. Who was the president then? Was it not Trump? It said the Nigerian Customs Service has handed over the 6 mine-resistant multi-purpose vehicles to the American government. Speaking on the occasion of the handing over, the Controller of Customs in charge of Adamawa and Taraba State, Kamadin Ulumu, said it was a directive from the National Security Advisor to release the vehicles to the Nigerian government. National directive from what? National Security Advisor. That is the person that is receiving the signal on the federal side that Nnamdi Kanu is sending through his brokers. That is it. I am directed by the National Security Advisor to comply, release, and hand over the vehicles to the American government. Kathleen Fitzgibbon, the Deputy Chief of Mission Embassy of the United States of America in Nigeria, thanked the Nigerian government for its understanding. Look at it. These are Bahamian terrorists in white skin, killing us. Look at it. Supplying to Boko Haram. That's what they're doing. And how can we defeat them? You see it? Let me show you another one. I'm coming. Just listen. It's of world international consequences. He said what? Busted Saudi Arabia Qatar allegedly funding Boko Haram terrorist organization. This is Showdown, Vanguard of October 3, 2019. Atrocities under Trump that is they created the most powerful man on earth. He said first have occurred of the people sponsoring the dreaded terrorist organization Boko Haram in Nigeria. It has been proven that Boko Haram is allegedly funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar. The statement by Naira Account, former president of Benin Republic, at the Constitutional Time Limit Summit covered by the cable in Niamey, Niger Republic, revealed that friends from Qatar and Saudi Arabia are the ones sponsoring Boko Haram. Soglo said, Boko Haram is funded by our friends from Saudi Arabia and our friends from Qatar. Are we friends or not? Let's tell ourselves the truth. We have to stand together. I'm optimistic we are going to win if we stand together. That's the end of Soglo's statement. I will end there. Let me read another report for you. I want people to listen very, very carefully. You know, I have to say what I'm saying. I'm not afraid to die. Because if I talk, I die. If I don't talk, I will still die. This said, you go down in blood, but it's not going to go alone. I will take all those Draculas away with me. Those Draculas that are hell-bent on destroying our people. All these vipers, you know, in white flesh. I will go down, but I will take all of them away with me. I will take all of them away with me. They're going to say, listen, atrocities of the United States of America. These are the people you are looking onto. These are the criminals who say they are coming to help Nigeria see what? To get sponsors of Boko Haram when they are the chief terrorists themselves, you know. Look at it. He said the United States funded Buhari's campaign, says military contractor. This is Daily Independent, January 6, 2020. I want the world to listen. He said, speaking in an interview with Al Jazeera, Ibn Balo said President Buhari did not have any choice but to end the contract to rescue the Chibok girls because he came under pressure from the United States, a country he said sponsored the then Progressive Congress APC candidate campaign in 2015. That is the work of Obama. Boko Haram insurgents abducted 276 girls from Government Girls Secondary School, Chibok, Borno State, in 2014. So far, 112 of the girls are still held captive by the insurgents. 57 were lucky to escape, while 107 were released in batches in Swiss coordinated negotiations. Swiss coordinated negotiations. These are what? These are the snakes, the vipers that kidnap the Chibok girls, all these Americans and others. Now listen, the talk goes further. In the build-up to the 2015 election, the President Goodluck Jonathan administration made some successes in combating Boko Haram. But after the Buhari's administration came on board, the momentum went down temporarily. Balo, chairman of Specialized Tax Training Equipment and Protection International, that is STTEP, a private army, said his army was initially engaged to rescue the Chibok girls, but that changed to combating Boko Haram. Quoting him, our initial aim was not Boko Haram per se, It was to rescue the Chibok girls. They were the girls that were kidnapped. And Western responses was save our girls, bring back our girls, she said. That type of nonsense does not save girls. Unfortunately, these girls became victims of a situation where the security had broken down in a specific area. They were kidnapped. That was the first mission, rescue the Chibok girls. We ended the selection process of the Nigerian soldiers. The soldiers were retrained after the selection process. They were trained in a specific way to conduct a hostage rescue operation. However, after about 5 or 6 weeks of the training of the hostage rescue team, we were asked to change our mission, end the mission, and the end the mission was to go to a town called Maiduguri in northeast Nigeria that had come under severe threat of Boko Haram attacks, and we reportedly had to transition what we were doing and suddenly train an offensive force with the minimum of equipment. We rushed to Maiduguri and we met with 7th Infantry Division Commander. He was under pressure. We finally understood the pressure he was under, and our suggestion to him that the force we have trained, which named the 72nd Mobile Strike Force, would actually spearhead the division, and that is precisely what we did. The operation was in 3 phases. The first phase was to cut a dividing line across northeastern Nigeria and isolate Boko Haram into two isolated areas and mop up. One area in the south was the startup, and after that then mop up in the north. The division will follow behind and occupy terrain, but we were never allowed to execute the entire operation. In 1 month, we took back terrain larger than the terrain of Belgium from Boko Haram. We were not allowed to finish because it came at a time the government was in the process of changing. I hope the world is listening. President Jonathan's government saw the entire Boko Haram contract, if we call it that, as a last grab to regain popularity. The incoming president, President Buhari, was heavily supported by a foreign government, and one of the first missions was to terminate our contract. We were told it was the United States, and they had actually funded President Buhari's campaign, and the campaign manager for President Buhari came from the United States. I am not saying the United States is bad. I understood foreign interest, but I had thought that a threat like Boko Haram and the integrity of Nigerians ought to be a priority, but it wasn't. When asked why the U.S. allegedly aborted the mission, he said, "I think the U.S. can answer that. I have come to realize that when a foreign interest clashes with a state's interest and domestic interest, conflict continues with no end." Is that not where we are today? That is the American government that people are talking about. You see that the former President Jonathan had almost succeeded in wiping out this terrorist organization called Boko Haram. But what happened? The Americans stopped it because they are what? Because they created Boko Haram. You see it? That is what we are saying. But people don't understand exactly what is happening. So that is the missing link in the puzzle of Nnamdi Kalu's travel to Kenya. I told you he's working for the CIA and the Nigerian government. People don't believe me, but now it's becoming obvious. I'm trying to show you the missing link so that I will show you why Nnamdi Kalu went to Kenya. So he said, look at that news report. He said, Obama worked to undermine my fight against Boko Haram. Good luck, Jonathan. This is Herald of November 21, 2018. I want people to listen to this report. He said, former President Goodluck Jonathan pointed accusing fingers at former U.S. President Barack Obama for frustrating his fight against the Boko Haram insurgents when he was president. Jonathan said Obama had penciled his government to fail and frustrated the efforts of his administration from the political scene, where he openly campaigned for Buhari to the counter-insurgency operations when he refused to sell weapons to Nigeria. Giving an account of his administration's fight against Boko Haram in the northeast and the events that followed the abduction of over 200 schoolgirls in Chibok, Borno State, Jonathan lamented the unwillingness of the Obama-led United States government to help Nigeria to tackle the problem. It was Obama's administration that kidnapped the Chibok. I told you, they kidnapped them. Jonathan accused Obama of not only refusing to give any real military backing to the Nigerian military, he bluntly refused to sell any military hardware, including jet fighters and attack helicopters to Nigeria. Jonathan also lamented that when the state of Israel stepped up to help with weapons, Obama frustrated the gesture and made sure the Israeli attack helicopters never got to the Nigerian military, who needed them to root Boko Haram in the northeast. You know? Now look at extract from the section of Jonathan's book. It reads, as an aside, while thanking the men and women of U.S. security services who were deployed to Nigeria and toiled day and night in the northeast in search of the Chibok girls, my surprise at the role played by the United States President Barack Obama still caused to doubt his genuine intention for Nigeria. For some strange reason, the Obama administration has tactically penciled Nigeria and my administration for failure. Among many maneuvers was the refusal to provide any real military backing to Nigeria armed forces. President Obama and his security advisor Susan Rice bluntly refused to sell any military hardware, including jet fighters and attack helicopters to Nigeria. Obama cited the Leahy Law as the reason his regime prevented the American government from supporting Nigeria in providing weapons to fight Boko Haram. Even when the state of Israel expressed the willingness to sell attack helicopters to Nigeria, the gesture was frustrated by the Obama administration that kept waving the same Leahy Law like a banner. Have you seen it? Leahy Law. Was Leahy Law not there when President Trump signed a contract with the dead president of Nigeria? We are going to take Trump to court. American government is a continuum. Was it not there when they signed contract to what? The helicopters, because what? They have signed off our assets and our oil. America and Britain combined together. They sharing the loot of Nigeria. And that is what kept them in the despicable situation that they are today, because America is finished. No, Britain import American oil, Nigerian oil through America. They don't import anything. No? They looted, they are sharing, they share the loot. That's what they are doing, and that is what kept them under this condition. Look at it. They talk of Leahy Law. That's the people Nnamdi Kanu is working for. What happened? Look at it. Breaking. Now take delivery of 6 Super Tucano aircraft. Punch of July 22, 2021. Look at it. The Nigerian Air Force on Thursday took delivery of the first batch of 6 A-29 Super Tucano aircraft from the United States. 6. Then when you take 6, and this useless organization that call themselves IPOB that they are using to front, they went to court. They say they want to stop the sale of aircraft. When 6 have been delivered, 6 supersonic Tupac, do they even need more than 2 to execute whatever they want to do in Biafra land? The 6 have been delivered. Then they are not talking about Leahy Law after 6 have been delivered. And it's very, very important that none of those aircraft will be used. All the people that are being bombed, we are going to count the dead bodies in Biafra land, and America is going to pay for it, because they are the people that are responsible for what is happening today. So let it be most important that those aircraft that is delivered, let them be do what? Let them be put there, suspended, cyanidized, stand still on a place. That man there is not Buhari. Buhari is dead. Because of the atrocities they committed, they couldn't kill him in Imo State. That was why they allowed a dead man, United Nations allowed a dead man to come and participate in what they are doing. We are still coming to that. Then Lehi law is not there. Then IPOP will tell you they are paying lobbyists 300 and something thousand million US dollars and all rubbish, criminal organizations, CIA agents. That is what they are doing, plotting to give IPOP credibility that they don't deserve. That is what is happening. They didn't pay anybody anything. That is what is happening. Now look at this report. Let me just round up with this report so that you can go on into that. Say, Boko Haram, ISWAP, Kaiser raises alarm over donation of weapons by France to terrorists as breach of international law. This authority, January 7, 2020. He said the Center for African Liberators and Socio-Economic Crisis, that is Kaiser, has sounded an alarm over France's alleged donation of weapons to Boko Haram ISWAP terrorists, describing it as a breach of international law. Biafrans are sleeping. They don't know the tentacle of the enemies that have encircled us and that want threatening to destroy us forever and ever. They don't know. They are joking. He said the center brought this to the fore at a press conference on Tuesday in Abuja to address what is described as reported concealed arms shipment into Nigeria from France. It will be recalled that the Nigerian Customs Service has reportedly seized a truckload of arms from the European nations, concealed as relief material for internally displaced persons. From what? European nations in Borno State. President Emmanuel Macron's government has repeatedly been fingered to be sponsoring terrorism in Africa, and the latest news further compounds the situation. Despite defeating the reports, Kaiser convener Princess Ajibola believes France is simply weaponizing information, manipulating France to aid its destabilization agenda in Nigeria. Princess Ajibola revealed that it was Macron's government that pressurized the Republic of Chad to withdraw its 1,200 from the collaborative anti-terrorism war in the area where that country border overlapped Nigeria. They were the people who killed the president. Chad therefore demanded that Nigerian authorities should proactively probe back to early period of the Boko Haram insurgency with a view to identifying the role played by France as it poses threats to world peace. It further called on the United Nations to, they still need to continue with this report. United Nations, they are united demons to destroy Biafrans. But God will stop them in their track in the name of Jesus, and we shall conquer. Call on United Nations, United Devil. When you see them, you think you are seeing a human being. These are humdies. These are animals in human flesh. You think they are humans. They are set to destroy the Biafrans. But God is going to frustrate the effort. Let me show you a little bit of what they have done with COVID again, so that the black Americans, our brothers and sisters in America here, who are citizens of this place, they are going to drive this forward, because they are the people who understand the legal system very, very well. To do what? To institute litigation against America for the destruction that they are causing in Nigeria, in Africa, especially Nigeria. I told you about Western plot to do what? To wipe away the Biafrans, take over Africa, starting with wiping away the Biafrans, then they climb up and take all the remaining ones. So we are going to institute a legal action against American government for the atrocities in Nigeria and Africa. Let me show you. And what I will tell you about the COVID will surprise you. If you are a black man and it's not work mandatory, you do what? You don't take it. That is what I will advise you to do. It's meant for us to die. Anything, if you can avoid it, you avoid it. I'm telling you, and you are going to see by yourself. If it is work mandatory like as it is here, well, there's nothing you can do sometimes, but then I will tell you so that the world will see. So we are going to do what? To demand for an international resistance against these evil forces. let's even expose a little more on this unseen invisible forces that are manipulating the Fulanis in the atrocities that they are committing in Nigeria. Just for the world to see the face of the real enemies that we are doing what? That we are being confronted with in Nigeria. Yes, Electric Talk with Bear was right when he said America is great because America is good. If America ever ceases to be good, America will cease to be great. The man is highly prophetic. He was prophetic because that is the present situation of America as of today. While their evil plot to destroy the Biafrans are ongoing, the Chinese have perfectly succeeded 100% in dismantling America and destroying America as a superpower, never to rise up again, as China has equally overtaken America. That is nature payback to the wickedness of America and the atrocities that they are committing against the Biafrans with their allies. So let's do further expository, highlights of the atrocities of the white race against especially the Biafrans, especially the Americans and their allies, against the Biafrans and the black race in general. Let's look at this report. U.S. won't allow trades in Sahel region to encroach on Liberia states of West Africa. This is New Telegraph of August 4, 2021. So they know exactly what they are doing in the Sahel region of Africa. They don't want to do what? That they don't want it to encroach in the what? In the Liberia states. So after the what? After the Sahel region, they will now go and replicate the same thing in the so-called Liberia states. Let me read another news report for you to start to see the face of America, in the events that are happening in Nigeria. Those that are empowering the evil atrocities of the Fulanis, who are the face of Satan on earth, in the atrocities that Satan are committing. Then there are a greater face of Satan that is behind the Fulanis, which I'm exposing to you. Now, you see, when we are talking about the infamous hate speech that they were demanding for death penalty on the offenders, it was America that actually gave the idea of that hate speech to the Fulanis. Let me read part of this speech to you, this news report, so that you can understand exactly what I'm saying. Most of these things, I've repeated them in my back broadcast, but it's important. I have to say them now to bring what? To bring the focus on the present reality of their game plan that they are carrying out in Biafra land presently. So look at it. It says U.S. back hate speech bill as Keyamo Pandev differ. This is Vanguard of December 4, 2019. Let me quickly rush through the report. It says, Wari, Pan Niger Data Forum, Pandev, and Minister of State for Labor and Employment, Festus Keyamo, San yesterday disagreed over the proposed hate speech bill, while Pandev called on the National Assembly to trash the bill in the interest of peace. Keyamo threw his weight behind it. Meanwhile, the political officer of the Embassy of the United States of America, Jerry Howard, yesterday described the hate speech bill before the National Assembly as an impressive piece of legislation needed to address issues of discrimination, hostility, and violence in Nigeria. National President of the South-South Regional Group, Air Commodore Idon Jesse Nkanga, retired, who made the call in a statement debunked reports that it called on President Muhammadu Buhari to probe the 13% derivation fund to the oil-producing states. Nkanga said, the bill, which prescribed capital punishment for anyone found guilty of hate speech or spreading falsehood that leads to the death of another person, is another attempt to gag citizens by taking their rights to freedom of expression as guaranteed in Section 39 of 1999 Constitution. While Pandev recognizes that fake news and related issues are global challenges, we strongly disagree with proponents of the bill that hanging of citizens who express views considered offensive is the answer to the nation's problem. Pandev considers the gravity the Senate is giving the so-called hate speech and social media bill as disturbing in the face of serious national challenges like the general infrastructural decay, particularly in the Niger Delta region, and dwindling political and social economy. Media reports misleading United States. Speaking during a meeting with the Deputy Chief Whip of the Senate and sponsor of the hate speech bill, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, at the National Assembly Abuja yesterday, the political officer of the Embassy of the United States of America, Jerry Howard, backed the bill. Do you understand? A bill that do what? A bill that prescribes the death penalty for offenders. You see it? You see the source of the bill? According to him, the visit was intended to engage the sponsors of the hate speech bill and to seek an understanding into the proposed legislation under consideration by the Senate. This is happening at where he went to the Nigerian Senate. Have you seen the people that influence the policies that we take? The thinking read that give these Fulani car brains terms and things to execute against their fellow so-called citizens of the same country. You see the involvement of the Americans? Okay. According to him, the visit was intended to engage the sponsors of the hate speech bill and to seek an understanding into the proposed legislation under consideration by the Senate. Following explanations by Senator Sabiu Abdullahi on the bill, Mr. Howard described the response of the media as misleading and hysterical of the contents of the bill and what it actually seeks to achieve. He therefore advised the sponsors of the bill to engage and educate non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations in the country in its proposed content so as to muster more support for the bill. Howard said, and I'm quoting him direct what he said, "We want Nigeria to succeed. I would think a prerequisite for Nigerian success is successful democracy. For democracy to succeed, the people must have a house, a place where their representatives can argue and complain, come up with new ideas, and come up with solutions to guide the executive branch and lead the country forward. I am very impressed with the research you have done on the bill. The media has had a few days with this, really. You have thought it through. I was depending on the media for my education, and it was very misleading. You have your research, and it is very interesting." End of quote. Now, have you seen the views of the political officer of the Embassy of the United States of America, Jerry Howard? Have you seen his view on the bill? A bill that prescribes death penalty. Have you seen the origin of this bill? Have you seen the immoral, the general, the sadists that we are dealing with? That are what? That are the main push, the main powerhouse behind what? Behind the Fulanis and the atrocities that they are committing in Nigeria. Have you seen it? They configured the normal practice of democracy to achieve their purpose. Democracy worldwide that is supposed to be a representative election process of the people, for the people, by the people. That led to my description of Nigerian democracy. This is how I describe Nigerian democracy. I describe Nigerian democracy and democratic election in Nigeria as what? As a system of government where a court of minority power brokers manipulate power out of the hands of the majority for their selfish aggrandizement, using the same majority as cannon fodder to hold, consolidate, and maintain that power. That is exactly what is happening. See how the mighty America have fallen. Unless the Tokabe was right. America ceases to be good. It ceases to be great because America ceases to be good. From the inglorious reign of Bill Clinton, to the leprous perfidy of Obama, to capricious reign of President Trump, back to the face of death that we are facing in the current Biden administration. You know that America has fallen and fallen forever because of what? Because of the atrocities that they are committing against what? Against the Biafran particularly. In their what? In their intention to wipe out the black race, starting from the Biafrans and gradually do what? Gradually take over Africa. That is what the big fish that swallow the small ones. And that is what got America to where they are today, where they will never rise again. Now look at it, the sponsor of the bill. What did he say? Let me show you exactly what the sponsor of the bill said. Continue with the report. The sponsor speaks. According to the report, earlier speaking on why he decided to introduce the bill, the lawmaker said, part of the reason why violence takes place is attributable to discriminatory practices. It is discrimination that creates the socio-political intolerance that you see, leading to a group feeling shortchanged and marginalized. Discrimination is also another very serious matter. Why I sponsored the bill. This bill basically is about preventing discrimination and prohibiting people who incite violence. We shall see the people who incite violence when we will do with extract from the speech of the president on October 1. And digressing from the report I'm reading, this particular edition that I'm doing, I dated it October 1, 2021. It is on this edition, this 16th edition, that the candle in which are burned the Nigerian flag burned to an end in this 16th edition. That is why this edition may appear to be unnecessarily long, because of what? Because I made this edition my special testament edition documentary for posterity, marking the last edition of the burning of the candle and flag of Nigeria that started on part 10 of Biafra, the Mortal Kombat and Final Showdown, signaling the final counting down to the end of the evil empire and evil forest called Nigeria and the rising star sun, Biafra Republic. Part 17 will be on extraordinary rendition of Nnamdi Kanu, Obi Kubana's mother's wedding, and 22 decades marriage in progress. Most importantly, it will detail step by step my blue book of steps to the final restoration of Biafra, to be known as what? As Biafra, resurrection and regeneration. I have to make this clarification. So I dated this thing, this particular edition, even though it took place even before October 1, but I decided to make October 1 the landmark ending of this, to coincide with Buhari's speech as the last time Nigerian flag will be raised as a United Nation. That is why I put it, I brought the date of this as what? As October 1. That is exactly what happened. A lot of people write their own testament. People's testaments are written when they are alive, when they are dead. But I choose to write my own testament when I'm living, when I'm alive, because this is an important landmark. I told you, when that candle finishes, you are going to look at the face of Nigeria and what becomes Nigeria. It is all these actions that are the thing that is moving what is happening in Nigeria today, that other elements who don't know where this fight is being fought are claiming glory for, like the APOP and all that, why they are busy fighting for the ESN money and all that. A lot of actions are taking place which they are claiming that they are responsible for. Why they are not. Now, still continuing on the expose of these great evil forces, degenerates that masquerade as angel of light. Let's look at this report again. Let's shift focus to the mother of all corruption and mother of all abomination, as the British government. It's a UK agency questioned over financial support to SARS, Sahara Reporters of October 16, 2020. Now, inside the report, it said a member of the British Parliament, Miss Kate Ogamo, representing Edmonton, has written to question and seek clarification on the nature of aid the United Kingdom government through the official of the Secretary of Office of the Secretary of State, Foreign Affairs, extends to Nigerian disbanded Special Anti-Robbery Squad. According to this, the letter written on October 15 and personally signed by Osamo called the attention of the Secretary of State for Foreign Commonwealth and Development Affairs, Mr. Damian Raab, to the nationwide protests in Nigeria in the past 7 days against the excess of SARS. She warned that further assistance be withheld and also called for an audit of what the previous aids were used for so that the UK government agency would not be unintentionally supporting or facilitating the atrocities of an agency notorious for human rights violations. The letter made available to us, ACE, was written in a tone of caution to avoid a situation SARS got support from the agency without proper use. Osamo's letter cited that there have been 82 proven and documented incidents of torture, ill-treatment, and extrajudicial executions and gross human rights abuses against us since January 2017, and cautioned it would be unthinkable that United Kingdom agency give support to such body unless for training on proper conduct that respect human rights. Osimo notified Ralph that she wrote in her capacity as a member of a committee that superintended the agency and alerted that given the shady accountability process in the Nigerian agency, there might be the likelihood that the United Kingdom might have been unknowingly providing support for an agency involved in the offense of abuses mentioned. They say unknowingly. These were their intentional, avenue of getting human parts in Nigeria. British government funded SARS, the disbanded SARS or whatever. All these organ harvestations and extrajudicial killings that are in Nigeria, it is the British government and the American government and France that are mostly behind all these particular things. This official report implicating their government in what? In the extrajudicial killing by armed forces in Nigeria, security forces in Nigeria, against the citizens of the state. Then look at this one and say France will support Nigeria in tackling regional insecurity. That is Macron, BBC agency. This is on Nigerian Independent Good Day Independent celebration. This is his goodwill message. He said the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, has pledged to deepen diplomatic relations with Nigeria, especially in tackling regional and security issues. God is going to punish all of you Dracula forever and ever. Just watch out and see what happens. Now back to COVID. Let's take a look at this very recent report. This I think is on 30th of September 2021 that this report came out. It says WHO relaunching probe into pandemic origin as another probe closes over ties to Eco Health Alliance. This is by what? This is by the Daily Wire. They are doing what? They are relaunching probe into pandemic origin. They don't know the origin, but they know the future. It said the World Health Organization, WHO, is launching its probe into the origin of the coronavirus pandemic, which comes after an investigation. The Lancet into the same issue was closed down due to bias concern. A new team of about 20 scientists, including specialists in laboratory safety and biosecurity and geneticists and animal disease experts, and how viruses spill over from nature, is being assembled with a mandate to hunt for new evidence in China and elsewhere, the Wall Street Journal reported. You see it, they don't know the origin, but they know what? They know the future. This is very, very important to something very, very serious that I want to bring to the notice of the world, especially the black race. Now I want the world, especially the black race, to pay serious attention to what I'm going to say now. When you look at this, this is a sample of the form you fill when you want to take the COVID vaccine. Now when you go to race, when you are filling out the form and you go to race, you will see that, look at race here. When you go to race, look at it. If you come to this column, you will see black or African American on the race. Black or African American. Then when it comes to the place of white race, you see only white. But on the column of blacks, it's black, then stroke African Americans. On the column of white, you see white. There's nothing like European white, or Australia, or English white, or this white. Now, they did not put white Americans and black Americans as the same white, as the same Americans in race. They separated the black Americans from the white Americans and said what? White, singular. Abi? And then the African Americans, who are actually natural citizens of this country, supposedly with the same rights as the whites, are separated. Then separated from the blacks from Africa and then joined together. Again, because they did what? They recognized that we are one people with one destiny. But they do what? They initially separated us, black Americans. They initially separated us, then joined us together. You think they don't know what they're doing? They know exactly what they're doing, and I'm pointing you to something very serious. That the same division they are using to play us in Nigeria. Now let us look at the various COVID-19 vaccines and how they work. Because what I'm trying to point out to you is they are pursuing, the T.R. Malthus population control theory of what? Of checkmating the depletion of earth resources, by guaranteeing the sustainability of future generations in terms of natural resources. And that population control is what? Depletion of the world population. And I'm showing you that the greater percentage of this depletion, they want to get it from the black people. They want to get it from the black race. That is what I'm pointing out to you. So let us look at the various ways, the vaccines work. Let me start with Moderna, for instance. I want people to listen very carefully. They want to listen. Moderna. What is the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine? He said the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine has not been approved. I want you to listen. Has not been approved or licensed by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, that is FDA, but has been authorized for emergency use by FDA under an emergency use authorization EUA to prevent coronavirus case 2019, that is COVID-19, for use in individuals 18 years of age and older. The EUA for the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine is in effect for the duration of the COVID-19 EUA declaration justifying emergency use of the vaccine unless terminated or revoked, after which the vaccine may no longer be at use. What does the vaccine do in the body? Very important for the world to listen. He said the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine uses mRNA to provide a blueprint for your cells to build your body defenses against SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. I told you COVID-19 is nothing but SARS-CoV-2. Have you seen it now? But listen, I'm pointing out to something very serious to you. Let me start all over again for you to understand exactly what I'm pointing out to you. You say, what does the vaccine do in the body? You say the Moderna COVID-19 vaccine uses mRNA to provide a blueprint for your cells to build your body's defenses against SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. The Moderna COVID-19 vaccine does not contain SARS-CoV-2 or any virus, just the blueprint to help fight against it. The Moderna COVID-19 vaccine may not protect everyone. Have you seen how this one works? Now, let me refresh your mind to what Bill Gates said on COVID vaccine. that changes DNA. That is the Principic Scientific Combo by John O'Sullivan. This is December 5, 2020. Let me record this article again. So when you now take into consideration that in the previous editions we have discussed about SARS-CoV-2, and I told you it is a man-invented virus, not a natural virus, then you can see, and that is the virus that causes COVID-19. So you can see clearly that COVID-19 was an invention of man. Now, listen exactly to what this man said, this Bill Gates. We're coming to something. He said a disturbing video of Bill Gates has emerged of him boasting about how his incredible COVID-19 vaccine, which has to go to 7 billion people and containing something new. Instruction in the code. Instruction in the code will change our DNA. Very, very important. Have you seen it? Beyond any doubt, the vaccines developed and launched to fight the novel coronavirus composed of recombinant DNA. Recombinants are molecules of DNA genetic code. Listen very well. Recombinants are molecules of DNA genetic code from 2 or more different species that are inserted into a host organism to produce new genetic combinations that are claimed to be of value to science, medicine, agriculture, and industry, since the focus of all genetics is the gene. The fundamental goal of big pharmacy, laboratory, geneticists is to isolate, characterize, and manipulate genes. Full stop. Let me stop here. I really need to pause here, to bring this edition to a conclusion, because this particular edition have actually seemingly overstretched the time allocated to it. So I have to pause here and bring this one to a conclusion, because this is part 16. We have to suspend part 15, in order to take care of this particular edition, the issues of coronavirus and Anambra elections and other important contemporary issues that are happening today, including their solutions. So we suspended part 15 in order to take care of this. Part 15 will continue in part 18 that will be coming. So this edition that is part 16 continues in part 17. So you are going to take both this part 16 and the next edition as one volume. You have to view them as one contents, because those are my what I told you is my testament editions, critically analyzing and exposing the atrocities of the Americans in collaboration with their European allies against the black race and especially the Biafrans. So it is very, very important anywhere man is found on earth for all black nations, all people of the world with good conscience to follow me to the next edition that is part 17. That we do a further expository, of the atrocities of this white race. For me, it has been a very taxing mission, since I embarked on this expository mission since 1996, when I encountered our Lord Jesus Christ, the dead. It has been an uphill task, hopefully by the grace of God, I got to the mountain top, and I'm coming down from the mountain with good news. And at the end of the tunnel, we are going to see light and embrace sunshine to the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ. Since 1996, I embarked on this journey. I have not been able to receive one kobo, not even one farthing, from any human being as a kind of contribution in order to do what? In order to assist financially, in the job that I'm doing. Since 1996 to date, I have not received any financial help from anybody, not a farthing to date. Since late 2016, I came to America. I've done well over 100 videos, All those things cost a lot of money from me, and without any assistance, without getting any cover from anybody. That is because of the passion and love I have in order to save my people. But I think finally the time has come for, for the people of the world, especially the Biafrans, to pay very close attention to what we are doing here. Because what we are doing here is very critical to the existential threat that we are facing. as a way of what? As a way of coming out of the encirclement and trap of the enemy that we are presently facing today. I announced it before, and it will be touched to you for those who are willing to assist and contribute. The account name is Chinyere Eze Ogu. My name, Chinyere Eze Ogu. CHINYEREEZEOGU. My name is always displayed as the eye opener, so my name, you can easily get it there. The bank is Bank of America. The account number is 4460401997555. Let me repeat the account number again. 4460401997555. The routing number is 052001633. The routing number is, I repeat again, 052001633. The Swiss code is B like in boy, O like in owl, F like in flower, A like in answer, U like in united, S like in state, 3, N like in no. Very, very important, you know. I have another account I can give, you know, for those who are unable to get to the Bank of America. You can get us at what? The same account name, Chinyere Eze Ogu, at BB&T Bank. The account number is 12100637350. I repeat, 12100637350. The routing number is 055003308. I repeat, 055003308. I plead with you, my brothers and sisters, you know, to really contribute in order to help us what? In order to help us to go home. Like mountain, you know, like Moses from the top of the mountain with the tablet of the 10 Commandments. I have the tablet of solutions to this our present problem, and we are going home. But unlike Moses, the tablet of our solution will not be broken or distracted by Aaron's golden calf. We have overcome the golden calf. We are going home to the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ, just to prove that Jesus is God. So follow us immediately to the next edition that continues, you know, immediately, concurrently, just at the same time with this particular one as it is running. For what? For the epochal solution in what? In the Anambra election and other issues we are going to discuss. Climaxing, you know, in the expository of the atrocities of the Americans against our people. So see you in the next edition, you know, as you follow up to the glory of our Lord Jesus Christ in Jesus' name.